Introduction to Letters of Pliny. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters of Pliny, by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. Introduction. Gaius Plinius Caecilius Secundus, usually known as Pliny the Younger, was born at Como in 62 A.D. He was only 8 years old when his father Caecilius died, and he was adopted by his uncle, the elder Pliny, author of the Natural History. He was carefully educated, studying rhetoric under Quintilian and other famous teachers, and he became the most eloquent pleader of his time. In this, and in much else, he imitated Cicero, who had by this time come to be the recognized master of Latin style. While still young, he served as military tribune in Syria, but he does not seem to have taken zealously to a soldier's life. On his return, he entered politics under the Emperor Domitian, and in the year 100 A.D. was appointed consul by Trajan, and admitted to confidential intercourse with that emperor. Later, while he was governor of Bithynia, he was in the habit of submitting every point of policy to his master, and the correspondence between Trajan and him, which forms the last part of the present selection, is of a high degree of interest, both on account of the subjects discussed, and for the light thrown on the characters of the two men. He is supposed to have died about 113 A.D. Pliny's speeches are now lost, with the exception of one, a panegyric on Trajan, delivered in thanksgiving for the consulate. This, though diffuse and somewhat too complimentary for modern taste, became a model for this kind of composition. The others were mostly of two classes, forensic and political, many of the latter being, like Cicero's speech against Verres, impeachments of provincial governors for cruelty and extortion toward their subjects. In these, as in his public activities in general, he appears as a man of public spirit and integrity, and in his relations with his native town he was a thoughtful and munificent benefactor. The letters, on which today his fame mainly rests, were largely written with a view to publication, and were arranged by Pliny himself. They thus lack the spontaneity of Cicero's impulsive utterances. But to most modern readers who are not special students of Roman history, they are even more interesting. They deal with a great variety of subjects: the description of a Roman villa, the charms of country life, the reluctance of people to attend authors' readings and to listen when they were present, a dinner party, legacy hunting in ancient Rome, the acquisition of a piece of statuary, his love for his young wife, ghost stories, floating islands, a tame dolphin, and other marvels. But by far the best known are those describing the great eruption of Vesuvius in which his uncle perished, a martyr to scientific curiosity, and the letter to Trajan on his attempts to suppress Christianity in Bithynia, with Trajan's reply approving his policy. Taken altogether, these letters give an absorbingly vivid picture of the days of the early empire, and of the interests of a cultivated Roman gentleman of wealth. Occasionally, as in the last letters referred to, they deal with important historical events, but their chief value is in bringing before us, in somewhat the same manner as the Spectator pictures the England of the age of Anne, the life of a time which is not so unlike our own as its distance in years might indicate. And in this time, by no means the least interesting figure is that of the letter writer himself, with his vanity and self-importance, his sensibility and generous affection, his pedantry and his loyalty. End of introduction. Section 1 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Section 1. Letters 1 to 7. Letter 1. To Septitus. You have frequently pressed me to make a select collection of my letters, if there really be any deserving of a special preference, and give them to the public. I have selected them accordingly, not indeed in their proper order of time, for I was not compiling a history, but just as each came to hand. And now I have only to wish that you may have no reason to repent of your advice, nor I of my compliance. In that case I may probably inquire after the rest, which at present be neglected, and preserve those I shall hereafter write. Farewell. Letter 2. To Arianus. I foresee your journey in my direction is likely to be delayed, and therefore send you the speech which I promised in my former, requesting you, as usual, to revise and correct it. I desire this the more earnestly as I never, I think, wrote with the same impressment in any of my former speeches, for I have endeavoured to imitate your old favourite Demosthenes, and Calvus, who is lately become mine, at least in the rhetorical forms of the speech, for to catch their sublime spirit is given alone to the inspired few. My subject, indeed, seemed naturally to lend itself to this, may I venture to call it, emulation, consisting as it did almost entirely in a vehement style of address, even to a degree sufficient to have awakened me, if only I am capable of being awakened, out of that indolence in which I have long reposed. I have not, however, altogether neglected the flowers of rhetoric of my favourite Mark Tully, wherever I could with propriety step out of my direct road to enjoy a more flowery path, for it was energy, not austerity, at which I aimed. I would not have you imagine by this that I am bespeaking your indulgence. On the contrary, to make your correcting pen more vigorous, I will confess that neither my friends nor myself are averse from the publication of this piece, if only you should join in the approval of what is perhaps my folly. The truth is, as I must publish something, I wish it might be this performance, rather than any other, because it is already finished. You hear the wish of laziness. At all events, however, something I must publish, and for many reasons, chiefly because of the tracts which I have already sent into the world, though they have long since lost all their recommendation from novelty, are still, I am told, in request. If, after all, the booksellers are not tickling my ears, and let them, since by that innocent deceit I am encouraged to pursue my studies. Farewell. Letter 3. To Voconius Romanus. Did you ever meet with a more abject and mean-spirited creature than Marcus Regulus since the death of Domitian, during whose reign his conduct was no less infamous, though more concealed, than under Nero's? He began to be afraid I was angry with him, and his apprehensions were perfectly correct. I was angry. He had not only done his best to increase the peril of the position in which Rusticus Arulenus stood, but had exulted in his death, insomuch that he actually recited and published a libel upon his memory, in which he styles him the Stoic's ape, adding, "stigmated with the Vitellian scar." You recognise Regulus's eloquent strain. He fell with such fury upon the character of Herennius Senecio, that Metius Carus said to him one day, "What business have you with my dead? Did I ever interfere in the affair of Crassus's or Camerinus's?" Victims, you know, to Regulus in Nero's time. For these reasons he imagined I was highly exasperated, and so at the recitation of his last piece I got no invitation. Besides, he had not forgotten, it seems, with what deadly purpose he had once attacked me in the court of the 100. Rusticus had desired me to act as counsel for Arionilla, Titnon's wife. Regulus was engaged against me. In one part of the case I was strongly insisting upon a particular judgment given by Metius Modestus, an excellent man, at that time in banishment by Domitian's order. Now then, for Regulus. "Pray," says he, "what is your opinion of Modestus?" You see what a risk I should have run had I answered that I had a high opinion of him; how I should have disgraced myself, on the other hand, if I had replied that I had a bad opinion of him. But some guardian power, I am persuaded, must have stood by me to assist me in this emergency. "I will tell you my opinion," I said, "if that is a matter to be brought before the court." "I ask you," he repeated, "what is your opinion of Modestus?" I replied, that it was customary to examine witnesses to the character of an accused man, not to the character of one on whom sentence had already been passed. He pressed me a third time. "I do not now inquire," said he, "your opinion of Modestus in general; I only ask your opinion of his loyalty." "Since you will have my opinion, then," I rejoined, "I think it illegal even to ask a question concerning a person who stands convicted." He sat down at this, completely silenced, and I received applause and congratulation on all sides, that without injuring my reputation by an advantageous, perhaps, though ungenerous answer, I had not entangled myself in the toils of so insidious a catch question. Thoroughly frightened upon this, then, he first seizes upon Caecilius Celer; next he goes and begs of Fabius Justus that they would use their joint interest to bring about a reconciliation between us. And lest this should not be sufficient, he sets off to Spurinna as well, to whom he came in the humblest way, for he is the most abject creature alive where he has anything to be afraid of, and says to him, "Do, I entreat of you, call on Pliny to-morrow morning, certainly in the morning, no later, for I cannot endure this anxiety of mind longer, and endeavour by any means in your power to soften his resentment." I was already up the next day, when a message arrived from Spurinna, "I am coming to call on you." I sent word back, "Nay, I will wait upon you." However, both of us setting out to pay this visit, we met under Livio's portico. He acquainted me with the commission he had received from Regulus, and interceded for him, as became so worthy a man, in behalf of one so totally dissimilar, without greatly pressing the thing. "I will leave it to you," was my reply, "to consider what answer to return Regulus. You ought not to be deceived by me. I am waiting for Mauricus's return, for he had not yet come back out of exile, so that I cannot give you any definite answer either way, as I mean to be guided entirely by his decision, for he ought to be my leader here, and I simply to do as he says. Well, a few days after this, Regulus met me as I was at the praetor's. He kept close to me there, and begged a word in private, when he said he was afraid I deeply resented an expression he had once made use of in his reply to Satrius and myself, before the court of the 100, to this effect: "Satrius Rufus, who does not endeavour to rival Cicero, and who is content with the eloquence of our own day." I answered, now I perceived indeed, upon his own confession, that he had meant it ill-naturedly; otherwise it might have passed for a compliment. "For I am free to own," I said, "that I do endeavour to rival Cicero, and am not content with the eloquence of our own day; for I consider it the very height of folly not to copy the best models of every kind. But how happens it that you, who have so good a recollection of what passed upon this occasion, should have forgotten that other, when you asked me my opinion of the loyalty of Modestus?" Pale as he always is, he turned simply pallid at this, and stammered out, "I did not intend to hurt you when I asked this question, but Modestus—" Observe the vindictive cruelty of the fellow, who made no concealment of his willingness to injure a banished man. But the reason he alleged in justification of his conduct is pleasant. Modestus, he explained, in a letter of his, which was read to Domitian, had used the following expression: "Regulus the biggest rascal that walks upon 2 feet." And what Modestus had written was the simple truth, beyond all manner of controversy. Here, about, our conversation came to an end, for I did not wish to proceed further, being desirous to keep matters open until Mauricus returns. It is no easy matter, I am well aware of that, to destroy Regulus. He is rich and at the head of a party, courted by many, feared by more, a passion that will sometimes prevail even beyond friendship itself. But, after all, ties of this sort are not so strong but they may be loosened, for a bad man's credit is as shifty as himself. However, to repeat, I am waiting until Mauricus comes back. He is a man of sound judgment and great sagacity formed upon long experience, and who, from his observations of the past, well knows how to judge of the future. I shall talk the matter over with him, and consider myself justified either in pursuing or dropping this affair, as he shall advise. Meanwhile I thought I owed this account to our mutual friendship, which gives you an undoubted right to know about not only all my actions, but all my plans as well. Farewell. Letter 4. To Cornelius Tacitus. You will laugh, and you are quite welcome, when I tell you that your old acquaintance is turned sportsman, and has taken 3 noble boars. "What!" you exclaim, "Pliny?" Even he. However, I indulged at the same time my beloved inactivity, and, whilst I sat at my nets, you would have found me, not with boar spear or javelin, but pencil and tablet by my side. I mused and wrote, being determined to return, if with all my hands empty, at least with my memorandums full. Believe me, this way of studying is not to be despised. It is wonderful how the mind is stirred and quickened into activity by brisk bodily exercise. There is something, too, in the solemnity of the venerable woods with which one is surrounded, together with that profound silence which is observed on these occasions, that forcibly disposes the mind to meditation. So for the future, let me advise you, whenever you hunt, to take your tablets along with you, as well as your basket and bottle, for be assured you will find Minerva no less fond of traversing the hills than Diana. Farewell. Letter 5. To Pompeius Saturninus. Nothing could be more seasonable than the letter which I received from you, in which you so earnestly beg me to send you some of my literary efforts, the very thing I was intending to do. So you have only put spurs into a willing horse, and at once saved yourself the excuse of refusing the trouble, and me the awkwardness of asking the favour. Without hesitation, then, I avail myself of your offer, as you must now take the consequence of it without reluctance. But you are not to expect anything new from a lazy fellow, for I am going to ask you to revise again the speech I made to my fellow townsmen when I dedicated the public library to their use. You have already, I remember, obliged me with some annotations upon this piece, but only in a general way, and so I now beg of you not only to take a general view of the whole speech, but, as you usually do, to go over it in detail. When you have corrected it, I shall still be at liberty to publish or suppress it, and the delay in the meantime will be attended with one of these alternatives. For, while we are deliberating whether it is fit for publishing, a frequent revision will either make it so, or convince me that it is not. Though indeed my principal difficulty respecting the publication of this harangue arises not so much from the composition as out of the subject itself, which has something in it, I am afraid, that will look too like ostentation and self-conceit. For, be the style ever so plain and unassuming, yet, as the occasion necessarily led me to speak not only of the munificence of my ancestors, but of my own as well, my modesty will be seriously embarrassed. A dangerous and slippery situation this, even when one is led into it by plea of necessity. For if mankind are not very favourable to panegyric, even when bestowed upon others, how much more difficult is it to reconcile them to it when it is a tribute which we pay to ourselves or to our ancestors? Virtue, by herself, is generally the object of envy, but particularly so when glory and distinction attend her, and the world is never so little disposed to detract from the rectitude of your conduct as when it passes unobserved and unapplauded. For these reasons, I frequently ask myself whether I composed this harangue, such as it is, merely from a personal consideration, or with a view to the public as well. And I am sensible that what may be exceedingly useful and proper in the prosecution of any affair may lose all its grace and fitness the moment the business is completed. For instance, in the case before us, what could be more to my purpose than to explain at large the motives of my intended bounty? For, first, it engaged my mind in good and ennobling thoughts. Next, it enabled me, by frequent dwelling upon them, to receive a perfect impression of their loveliness, while it guarded at the same time against that repentance which is sure to follow on an impulsive act of generosity, there arose also a further advantage from this method, as it fixed in me a certain habitual contempt of money. For, while mankind seem to be universally governed by an innate passion to accumulate wealth, the cultivation of a more generous affection in my own breast taught me to emancipate myself from the slavery of so predominant a principle; and I thought that my honest intentions would be the more meritorious as they should appear to proceed not from sudden impulse, but from the dictates of cool and deliberate reflection. I considered, besides, that I was not engaging myself to exhibit public games or gladiatorial combats, but to establish an annual fund for the support and education of young men of good families, but scanty means. The pleasures of the senses are so far from wanting the oratorical arts to recommend them, that we stand in need of all the powers of eloquence to moderate and restrain, rather than stir up their influence. But the work of getting anybody to cheerfully undertake the monotony and drudgery of education must be effected not by pay merely, but by a skilfully worked up appeal to the emotions as well. If physicians find it expedient to use the most insinuating address in recommending to their patients a wholesome, though perhaps unpleasant regimen, how much more occasion had he to exert all the powers of persuasion who, out of regard to the public welfare, was endeavouring to reconcile it to a most useful, though not equally popular, benefaction, particularly as my aim was to recommend an institution, calculated solely for the benefit of those who were parents, to men who, at present, had no children, and to persuade the greater number to wait patiently until they should be entitled to an honour of which a few only could immediately partake. But as at that time, when I attempted to explain and enforce the general design and benefit of my institution, I considered more the general good of my countrymen than any reputation which might result to myself, so I am apprehensive lest, if I publish that piece, it may perhaps look as if I had a view rather to my own personal credit than the benefit of others. Besides, I am very sensible how much nobler it is to place the reward of virtue in the silent approbation of one's own breast than in the applause of the world. Glory ought to be the consequence, not the motive, of our actions; and although it happen not to attend the worthy deed, yet it is by no means the less fair for having missed the applause it deserved. But the world is apt to suspect that those who celebrate their own beneficent acts perform them for no other motive than to have the pleasure of extolling them. Thus the splendour of an action, which would have been deemed illustrious if related by another, is totally extinguished when it becomes the subject of one's own applause. Such is the disposition of mankind: if they cannot blast the action, they will censure its display; and whether you do what does not deserve particular notice, or set forth yourself what does, either way you incur reproach. In my own case there is a peculiar circumstance that weighs much with me. This speech was delivered, not before the people, but the decurii; not in the forum, but the senate. I am afraid, therefore, it will look inconsistent that I, who, when I delivered it, seemed to avoid popular applause, should now, by publishing this performance, appear to court it; that I, who was so scrupulous as not to admit even these persons to be present when I delivered this speech, who were interested in my benefaction, lest it might be suspected I was actuated in this affair by any ambitious views, should now seem to solicit admiration, by forwardly displaying it to such as have no other concern in my munificence than the benefit of example. These are the scruples which have occasioned my delay in giving this piece to the public, that I submit them entirely to your judgment, which I shall ever esteem as a sufficient sanction of my conduct. Farewell. Letter VI. To Atrius Clemens. If ever polite literature flourished at Rome, it certainly flourishes now, and I could give you many eminent instances. I will content myself, however, with naming only Euphrates the philosopher. I first became acquainted with this excellent person in my youth, when I served in the army in Syria. I had an opportunity of conversing with him familiarly, and took some pains to gain his affection, though that indeed was not very difficult, for he is easy of access, unreserved, and actuated by those social principles he professes to teach. I should think myself extremely happy if I had as fully answered the expectations he, at that time, conceived of me, as he exceeds everything I had imagined of him. But perhaps I admire his excellencies more now than I did then, because I know better how to appreciate them; not that I sufficiently appreciate them even now, for as none but those who are skilled in painting, statuary, or the plastic art, can form a right judgment of any performance in those respective modes of representation, so a man must, himself, have made great advances in philosophy before he is capable of forming a just opinion of a philosopher. However, as far as I am qualified to determine, Euphrates is possessed of so many shining talents that he cannot fail to attract and impress the most ordinarily educated observer. He reasons with much force, acuteness, and elegance, and frequently rises into all the sublime and luxuriant eloquence of Plato. His style is varied and flowing, and at the same time so wonderfully captivating that he forces the reluctant attention of the most unwilling hearer. For the rest, a fine stature, a comely aspect, long hair, and a large silver beard; circumstances which, though they may probably be thought trifling and accidental, contribute, however, to gain him much reverence. There is no affected negligence in his dress and appearance; his countenance is grave, but not austere, and his approach commands respect without creating awe. Distinguished as he is by the perfect blamelessness of his life, he is no less so by the courtesy and engaging sweetness of his manner. He attacks vices, not persons, and, without severity, reclaims the wanderer from the paths of virtue. You follow his exhortations with rapt attention, hanging as it were upon his lips; and even after the heart is convinced, the ear still wishes to listen to the harmonious reasoner. His family consists of 3 children, 2 of which are sons, whom he educates with the utmost care. His father-in-law, Pompeius Julianus, as he greatly distinguished himself in every other part of his life, so particularly in this, that though he was himself of the highest rank in his province, yet, among many considerable matches, he preferred Euphrates for his son-in-law, as first in merit, though not in dignity. But why do I dwell any longer upon the virtues of a man whose conversation I am so unfortunate as not to have time sufficiently to enjoy, Is it to increase my regret and vexation that I cannot enjoy it? My time is wholly taken up in the execution of a very honourable, indeed, but equally troublesome employment, in hearing cases, signing petitions, making up accounts, and writing a vast amount of the most illiterate literature. I sometimes complain to Euphrates, for I have leisure at least to complain, of these unpleasing occupations. He endeavours to console me, by affirming that, to be engaged in the public service, to hear and determine cases, to explain the laws, and administer justice, is a part, and the noblest part too, of philosophy, as it is reducing to practice what her professors teach in speculation. But even his rhetoric will never be able to convince me that it is better to be at this sort of work than to spend whole days in attending his lectures and learning his precepts. I cannot therefore but strongly recommend it to you, who have the time for it, when next you come to town, and you will come, I dare say, so much the sooner for this, to take the benefit of his elegant and refined instructions. For I do not, as many do, envy others the happiness I cannot share with them myself. On the contrary, it is a very sensible pleasure to me, when I find my friends in possession of an enjoyment, from which I have the misfortune to be excluded. Farewell. Letter 7. To Fabius Justus. It is a long time since I have had a letter from you. There is nothing to write about, you say. Well then, write and let me know just this, that there is nothing to write about. Or tell me in the good old style, if you are well. That's right, I am quite well. This will do for me, for it implies everything. You think I am joking? Let me assure you I am in sober earnest. Do let me know how you are, for I cannot remain ignorant any longer without growing exceedingly anxious about you. Farewell. End of section 1. Section 2 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 8 to 14. Letter 8. To Calestrius Tyro. I have suffered the heaviest loss, if that word be sufficiently strong to express the misfortune which has deprived me of so excellent a man. Corellius Rufus is dead, and dead too by his own act, a circumstance of great aggravation to my affliction, as that sort of death which we cannot impute either to the course of nature or the hand of Providence, is, of all others, the most to be lamented. It affords some consolation in the loss of those friends whom disease snatches from us, that they fall by the general destiny of mankind. But those who destroy themselves leave us under the inconsolable reflection that they had it in their power to have lived longer. It is true, Corellius had many inducements to be fond of life: a blameless conscience, high reputation, and great dignity of character, besides a daughter, a wife, a grandson, and sisters, and, amidst these numerous pledges of happiness, faithful friends. Still, it must be owned, he had the highest motive, which to a wise man will always have the force of destiny, urging him to this resolution. He had long been tortured by so tedious and painful a complaint, that even these inducements to living on, considerable as they are, were overbalanced by the reasons on the other side. In his 33rd year, as I have frequently heard him say, he was seized with the gout in his feet. This was hereditary, for diseases, as well as possessions, are sometimes handed down by a sort of inheritance. A life of sobriety and continence had enabled him to conquer and keep down the disease while he was still young. Latterly, as it grew upon him with advancing years, he had to manfully bear it, suffering meanwhile the most incredible and undeserved agonies. For the gout was now not only in his feet, but had spread itself over his whole body. I remember, in Domitian's reign, paying him a visit at his villa near Rome. As soon as I entered his chamber, his servants went out, for it was his rule never to allow them to be in the room when any intimate friend was with him. Nay, even his own wife, though she could have kept any secret, used to go too. Casting his eyes round the room, "Why," he exclaimed, "do you suppose I endure life so long under these cruel agonies? It is with the hope that I may outlive, at least for one day, that villain." Had his bodily strength been equal to his resolution, he would have carried his desire into practical effect. God heard and answered his prayer, and when he felt that he should now die a free, unenslaved Roman, he broke through those other great, but now less forcible attachments to the world. His malady increased, and, as it now grew too violent to admit of any relief from temperance, he resolutely determined to put an end to its uninterrupted attacks by an effort of heroism. He had refused all sustenance during 4 days, when his wife Hispulla sent our common friend Geminius to me, with the melancholy news that Corellius was resolved to die, and that neither her own entreaties nor her daughter's could move him from his purpose. I was the only person left who could reconcile him to life. I ran to his house with the utmost precipitation. As I approached it, I met a second messenger from Hispulla, Julius Atticus, who informed me there was nothing to be hoped for now, even from me, as he seemed more hardened than ever in his purpose. He had said, indeed, to his physician, who pressed him to take some nourishment, "'Tis resolved," an expression which, as it raised my admiration of the greatness of his soul, so it does my grief for the loss of him. I keep thinking what a friend, what a man I am deprived of. That he had reached his 67th year, an age which even the strongest seldom exceed, I well know. That he is released from a life of continual pain, that he has left his dearest friends behind him, and, what was dearer to him than all these, the state in a prosperous condition. All this I know. Still, I cannot forbear to lament him, as if he had been in the prime and vigour of his days. And I lament him, shall I own my weakness, on my account? And, to confess to you as I did to Calvisius in the first transport of my grief, I sadly fear, now that I am no longer under his eye, I shall not keep so strict a guard over my conduct. Speak comfort to me then. Not that he was old, he was infirm, all this I know, but by supplying me with some reflections that are new and resistless, which I have never heard, never read, anywhere else. For all that I have heard, and all that I have read, occur to me of themselves, but all these are by far too weak to support me under so severe an affliction. Farewell. Letter 9 to Socius Senecio. This year has produced a plentiful crop of poets. During the whole month of April scarcely a day has passed on which we have not been entertained with the recital of some poem. It is a pleasure to me to find that a taste for polite literature still exists, and that men of genius do come forward and make themselves known, notwithstanding the lazy attendance they got for their pains. The greater part of the audience sit in the lounging places, gossip away their time there, and are perpetually sending to inquire whether the author has made his entrance yet, whether he has got through the preface, or whether he has almost finished the piece. Then at length they saunter in with an air of the greatest indifference. Nor do they condescend to stay through the recital, but go out before it is over, some slyly and stealthily, others again with perfect freedom and unconcern. And yet our fathers can remember how Claudius Caesar, walking one day in the palace, and hearing a great shouting, inquired the cause, and being informed that Nonianus was reciting a composition of his, went immediately to the place, and agreeably surprised the author with his presence. But now, were one to bespeak the attendance of the idlest man living, and remind him of the appointment ever so often, or ever so long beforehand, either he would not come at all, or if he did, would grumble about having lost a day, for no other reason but because he had not lost it. So much the more do those authors deserve our encouragement and applause who have resolution to persevere in their studies, and to read out their compositions in spite of this apathy or arrogance on the part of their audience. Myself, indeed, I scarcely ever miss being present upon any occasion, though, to tell the truth, the authors have generally been friends of mine, as indeed there are few men of literary tastes who are not. It is this which has kept me in town longer than I had intended. I am now, however, at liberty to go back into the country, and write something myself, which I do not intend reciting, lest I should seem rather to have lent than given my attendance to these recitations of my friends. For in these, as in all other good offices, the obligation ceases the moment you seem to expect a return. Farewell. Letter 10 to Johnsus Mauricus. You desire me to look out a proper husband for your niece. It is with justice you enjoin me that office. You know the high esteem and affection I bore that great man her father, and with what noble instructions he nurtured my youth, and taught me to deserve those praises he was pleased to bestow upon me. You could not give me then a more important or more agreeable commission, nor could I be employed in an office of higher honour than that of choosing a young man worthy of being father of the grandchildren of Rusticus Arulenus, a choice I should be long in determining, were I not acquainted with Minutius Aemilianus, who seems formed for our purpose. He loves me with all that warmth of affection which is usual between young men of equal years, as indeed I have the advance of him but by a very few, and reveres me at the same time with all the deference due to age, and, in a word, he is no less desirous to model himself by my instructions than I was by those of yourself and your brother. He is a native of Brixia, one of those provinces in Italy which still retain much of the old modesty, frugal simplicity, and even rusticity of manner. He is the son of Minutius Macrinus, whose humble desires were satisfied with standing at the head of the equestrian order. For though he was nominated by Vespasian in the number of those whom that prince dignified with the praetorian office, yet, with an inflexible greatness of mind, he resolutely preferred an honourable repose to the ambitious, shall I call them, or exalted pursuits, in which we public men are engaged. His grandmother, on the mother's side, is Serrana Procula of Patavium. You are no stranger to the character of its citizens; yet Serrana is looked upon, even among these correct people, as an exemplary instance of strict virtue. Achilles, his uncle, is a man of almost exceptional gravity, wisdom, and integrity. In short, you will find nothing throughout his family unworthy of yours. Minutius himself has plenty of vivacity as well as application, together with a most amiable and becoming modesty. He has already, with considerable credit, passed through the offices of quaestor, tribune, and praetor, so that you will be spared the trouble of soliciting for him those honourable employments. He has a fine, well-bred countenance, with a ruddy, healthy complexion, while his whole person is elegant and comely, and his mien graceful and senatorian; advantages, I think, by no means to be slighted, and which I consider as the proper tribute to virgin innocence. I think I may add that his father is very rich. When I contemplate the character of those who require a husband of my choosing, I know it is unnecessary to mention wealth; but when I reflect upon the prevailing manners of the age, and even the laws of Rome, which rank a man according to his possessions, it certainly claims some regard; and indeed, in establishments of this nature, where children and many other circumstances are to be duly weighed, it is an article that well deserves to be taken into the account. You will be inclined, perhaps, to suspect that affection has had too great a share in the character I have been drawing, and that I have heightened it beyond the truth; but I will stake all my credit you will find everything far beyond what I have represented. I love the young fellow indeed, as he justly deserves, with all the warmth of a most ardent affection; but for that very reason I would not ascribe more to his merit than I know it will bear. Farewell. Letter XI. To Septitius Clarus. Ah, you are a pretty fellow! You make an engagement to come to supper, and then never appear. Justice shall be exacted. You shall reimburse me to the very last penny the expense I went to on your account. No small sum, let me tell you. I had prepared, you must know, a lettuce apiece, 3 snails, 2 eggs, and a barley cake, with some sweet wine and snow. The snow most certainly I shall charge to your account, as a rarity that will not keep. Olives, beetroot, gourds, onions, and 1,000 other dainties equally sumptuous. You should likewise have been entertained either with an interlude, the rehearsal of a poem, or a piece of music, whichever you preferred, or, such was my liberality, with all 3. But the oysters, sows' bellies, sea urchins, and dancers from Cadiz of a certain I know not who, were, it seems, more to your taste. You shall give satisfaction. How, shall at present be a secret. Oh, you have behaved cruelly, grudging your friend, had almost said yourself, and upon second thoughts I do say so, in this way. For how agreeably should we have spent the evening, in laughing, trifling, and literary amusements. You may sup, I confess, at many places more splendidly, but nowhere with more unconstrained mirth, simplicity, and freedom. Only make the experiment, and if you do not ever after excuse yourself to your other friends to come to me, always put me off to go to them. Farewell. Letter 12. To Suetonius Tranquillus. You tell me in your letter that you are extremely alarmed by a dream, apprehending that it forebodes some ill success to you in the case you have undertaken to defend, and therefore desire that I would get it adjourned for a few days, or, at least, to the next. This will be no easy matter, but I will try, for dreams descend from Jove. Meanwhile, it is very material for you to recollect whether your dreams generally represent things as they afterwards fall out, or quite the reverse. But if I may judge of yours by one that happened to myself, this dream that alarms you seems to portend that you will acquit yourself with great success. I had promised to stand counsel for Junius Pastor, when I fancied in my sleep that my mother-in-law came to me, and, throwing herself at my feet, earnestly entreated me not to plead. I was at that time a very young man. The case was to be argued in the 4 centumviral courts. My adversaries were some of the most important personages in Rome, and particular favourites of Caesar, any of which circumstances were sufficient, after such an inauspicious dream, to have discouraged me. Notwithstanding this, I engaged in the cause, reflecting that, without a sign his sword the brave man draws, and asks no omen but his country's cause. For I looked upon the promise I had given to be as sacred to me as my country, or, if that were possible, more so. The event happened as I wished, and it was that very case which first procured me the favourable attention of the public, and threw open to me the gates of fame. Consider then whether your dream, like this one I have related, may not pre-signify success. But, after all, perhaps you will think it safer to pursue this cautious maxim: never do a thing concerning the rectitude of which you are in doubt. If so, write me word. In the interval I will consider of some excuse, and will so plead your cause that you may be able to plead it yourself any day you like best. In this respect you are in a better situation than I was. The court of the Centumviri, where I was to plead, admits of no adjournment, whereas in that where your case is to be heard, though no easy matter to procure one, still, however, it is possible. Farewell. Letter 13. To Romanus Firmus. As you are my townsman, my schoolfellow, and the earliest companion of my youth, as there was the strictest friendship between my mother and uncle and your father, a happiness which I also enjoyed as far as the great inequality of our ages would admit, can I fail, thus biassed as I am by so many and weighty considerations, to contribute all in my power to the advancement of your honours? The rank you bear in our province as decurio is a proof that you are possessed at least of 100,000 sesterces. But that we may also have the satisfaction of seeing you a Roman knight, I present you with 300,000, in order to make up the sum requisite to entitle you to that dignity. The long acquaintance we have had leaves me no room to apprehend you will ever be forgetful of this instance of my friendship, and I know your disposition too well to think it necessary to advise you to enjoy this honour with the modesty that becomes a person who receives it from me. For the advanced rank we possess through a friend's kindness is a sort of sacred trust, in which we have his judgment, as well as our own character, to maintain, and therefore to be guarded with a greater caution. Farewell. Letter XIV. To Cornelius Tacitus. I have frequent debates with a certain acquaintance of mine, a man of skill and learning, who admires nothing so much in the eloquence of the bar as conciseness. I agree with him, that where the case will admit of this precision, it may with propriety be adopted, but insist that, to leave out what is material to be mentioned, or only briefly and cursorily to touch upon those points which should be inculcated, impressed, and urged well home upon the minds of the audience, is a downright fraud upon one's client. In many cases, to deal with the subject at greater length adds strength and weight to our ideas, which frequently produce their impression upon the mind, as iron does upon solid bodies, rather by repeated strokes than a single blow. In answer to this, he usually has recourse to authorities, and produces Lysias amongst the Grecians, together with Cato and the two Gracchi among our own countrymen, many of whose speeches certainly are brief and curtailed. In return, I name Demosthenes, Aeschines, Hyperides, and many others in opposition to Lysias, while I confront Cato and the Gracchi with Caesar, Pollio, Caelius, but above all Cicero, whose longest speech is generally considered his best. Why, no doubt about it, in good compositions, as in everything else that is valuable, the more there is of them, the better. You may observe in statues, basso-relievos, pictures, and the human form, and even in animals and trees, that nothing is more graceful than magnitude, if accompanied with proportion. The same holds true in pleading. And even in books a large volume carries a certain beauty and authority in its very size. My antagonist, who is extremely dexterous at evading an argument, eludes all this, and much more, which I usually urge to the same purpose, by insisting that those very individuals, upon whose works I found my opinion, made considerable additions to their speeches when they published them. This I deny, and appeal to the harangues of numberless orators, particularly to those of Cicero, from Marina and Varenus, in which a short, bare notification of certain charges is expressed under mere heads; whence it appears that many things which he enlarged upon at the time he delivered those speeches were retrenched when he gave them to the public. The same excellent orator informs us that, agreeably to the ancient custom, which allowed only of one counsel on a side, Cluentius had no other advocate than himself; and he tells us further that he employed 4 whole days in defence of Cornelius, by which it plainly appears that those speeches which, when delivered at their full length, had necessarily taken up so much time at the bar, were considerably cut down and pruned when he afterwards compressed them into a single volume, though I must confess, indeed, a large one. But good pleading, it is objected, is one thing, just composition another. This objection, I am aware, has had some favourers. Nevertheless, I am persuaded, though I may perhaps be mistaken, that, as it is possible you may have a good pleading, which is not a good speech, so a good speech cannot be a bad pleading. For the speech on paper is the model, and, as it were, the archetype of the speech that was delivered. It is for this reason we find, in many of the best speeches extant, numberless extemporaneous turns of expression, and even in those which we are sure were never spoken, as for instance in the following passage from the speech against Verres. A certain mechanic, what's his name? Oh, thank you for helping me to it. Yes, I mean Polyclitus. It follows, then, that the nearer approach a speaker makes to the rules of just composition, the more perfect will he be in his art, always supposing, however, that he has his due share of time allowed him. For, if he be limited of that article, no blame can justly be fixed upon the advocate, though much, certainly, upon the judge. The sense of the laws, I am sure, is on my side, which are by no means sparing of the orator's time. It is not conciseness, but fullness, a complete representation of every material circumstance, which they recommend. Now conciseness cannot effect this, unless in the most insignificant cases. Let me add what experience, that unerring guide, has taught me. It has frequently been my province to act both as an advocate and a judge, and I have often also attended as an assessor. Upon those occasions I have ever found the judgments of mankind are to be influenced by different modes of application, and that the slightest circumstances frequently produce the most important consequences. The dispositions and understandings of men vary to such an extent that they seldom agree in their opinions concerning any one point in debate before them, or if they do, it is generally from different motives. Besides, as every man is naturally partial to his own discoveries, when he hears an argument urged which had previously occurred to himself, he will be sure to embrace it as extremely convincing. The orator, therefore, should so adapt himself to his audience as to throw out something which every one of them, in turn, may receive and approve as agreeable to his own particular views. I recollect, once when Regulus and I were engaged on the same side, his remarking to me, "You seem to think it necessary to go into every single circumstance, whereas I always take aim at once at my adversary's throat, and there I press him closely." 'Tis true, he keeps a tight hold of whatever part he has once fixed upon, but the misfortune is he is extremely apt to fix upon the wrong place. I replied, it might possibly happen that what he called the throat was, in reality, the knee or the ankle. As for myself, said I, who do not pretend to direct my aim with so much precision, I test every part, I probe every opening. In short, to use a vulgar proverb, I leave no stone unturned. And as in agriculture, it is not my vineyards or my woods only, but my fields as well, that I look after and cultivate, and, to carry on the metaphor, as I do not content myself with sowing those fields simply with corn or white wheat, but sprinkle in it barley, pulse, and the other kinds of grain, so in my pleadings at the bar I scatter broadcast various arguments like so many kinds of seed, in order to reap whatever may happen to come up. For the disposition of your judges is as hard to fathom as uncertain, and as little to be relied on as that of soils and seasons. The comic writer Eupolis, I remember, mentions it in praise of that excellent orator Pericles, that on his lips persuasion hung, and powerful reason ruled his tongue. Thus he alone could boast the art to charm at once and pierce the heart. But could Pericles, without the richest variety of expression, and merely by the force of the concise or the rapid style, or both, for they are very different, have thus charmed and pierced the heart? To delight and to persuade requires time and great command of language, and to leave a sting in the minds of the audience is an effect not to be expected from an orator who merely pinks, but from him, and him only, who thrusts in. Another comic poet, speaking of the same orator, says, "His mighty words like Jove's own thunder roll, Greece hears and trembles to her inmost soul." But it is not the close and reserved, it is the copious, the majestic, and the sublime orator who thunders, who lightens, who, in short, bears all before him in a confused whirl. There is undeniably a just mean in everything, but he equally misses the mark who falls short of it, as he who goes beyond it, he who is too limited, as he who is too unrestrained. Hence it is as common a thing to hear our orators condemned for being too jejune and feeble as too excessive and redundant. One is said to have exceeded the bounds of his subject, the other not to have reached them. Both, no doubt, are equally in fault, with this difference, however, that in the one the fault arises from an abundance, in the other from a deficiency; an error in the former case, which, if it be not the sign of a more correct, is certainly of a more fertile genius. When I say this, I would not be understood to approve that everlasting talker mentioned in Homer, but that other described in the following lines: "Frequent and soft as falls the winter snow, thus from his lips the copious periods flow." Not but that I extremely admire him too, of whom the poet says, "Few were his words, but wonderfully strong." Yet, if the choice were given me, I should give the preference to that style resembling winter snow, that is, to the full, uninterrupted and diffusive, in short, to that pomp of eloquence which seems all heavenly and divine. But, it is replied, the harangue of a more moderate length is most generally admired. It is, but only by indolent people, and to fix the standard by their laziness and false delicacy would be simply ridiculous. Were you to consult persons of this cast, they would tell you, not only that it is best to say little, but that it is best to say nothing at all. Thus, my friend, I have laid before you my opinions upon this subject, and I am willing to change them, if not agreeable to yours. But should you disagree with me, pray let me know clearly your reasons why. For, though I ought to yield in this case to your more enlightened judgment, yet, in a point of such consequence, I had rather be convinced by argument than by authority. So if I don't seem to you very wide of the mark, a line or two from you in return, intimating your concurrence, will be sufficient to confirm me in my opinion. On the other hand, if you should think me mistaken, let me have your objections at full length. Does it not look rather like bribery, my requiring only a short letter if you agree with me, but a very long one if you should be of a different opinion? Farewell. End of section 2. Section 3 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 15 to 21. Letter 15, to Paternus. As I rely very much upon the soundness of your judgment, so I do upon the goodness of your eyes, not because I think your discernment very great, for I don't want to make you conceited, but because I think it as good as mine, which, it must be confessed, is saying a great deal. Joking apart, I like the look of the slaves which were purchased for me on your recommendation very well. All I further care about is, that they be honest, and for this I must depend upon their characters more than their countenances. Farewell. Letter 16. To Catilius Severus. I am at present, and have been a considerable time, detained in Rome, under the most stunning apprehensions. Titus Aristo, whom I have a singular admiration and affection for, is fallen into a long and obstinate illness, which troubles me. Virtue, knowledge, and good sense shine out with so superior a lustre in this excellent man, that learning herself and every valuable endowment seem involved in the danger of his single person. How consummate his knowledge, both in the political and civil laws of his country! How thoroughly conversant is he in every branch of history or antiquity! In a word, there is nothing you might wish to know which he could not teach you. As for me, whenever I would acquaint myself with any abstruse point, I go to him as my storehouse. What an engaging sincerity! What dignity in his conversation! How chastened and becoming is his caution! Though he conceives at once every point in debate, yet he is as slow to decide as he is quick to apprehend, calmly and deliberately sifting and weighing every opposite reason that is offered, and tracing it, with the most judicious penetration, from its source through all its remotest consequences. His diet is frugal, his dress plain, and whenever I enter his chamber and view him reclined upon his couch, I consider the scene before me as a true image of ancient simplicity, to which his illustrious mind reflects the noblest ornament. He places no part of his happiness in ostentation, but in the secret approbation of his conscience, seeking the reward of his virtue, not in the clamorous applauses of the world, but in the silent satisfaction which results from having acted well. In short, you will not easily find his equal, even among our philosophers by outward profession. No, he does not frequent the gymnasia or porticos, nor does he amuse his own and others' leisure with endless controversies, but busies himself in the scenes of civil and active life. Many has he assisted with his interest, still more with his advice, and withal in the practice of temperance, piety, justice, and fortitude he has no superior. You would be astonished, were you there to see, at the patience with which he bears his illness, how he holds out against pain, endures thirst, and quietly submits to this raging fever, and to the pressure of those clothes which are laid upon him to promote perspiration. He lately called me, and a few more of his particular friends, to his bedside, requesting us to ask his physicians what turn they apprehended his distemper would take, that if they pronounced it incurable, he might voluntarily put an end to his life; but if there were hopes of a recovery, how tedious and difficult soever it might prove, he would calmly wait the event; for so much, he thought, was due to the tears and entreaties of his wife and daughter, and to the affectionate intercession of his friends, as not voluntarily to abandon our hopes, if they were not entirely desperate. A true hero's resolution this, in my estimation, and worthy the highest applause. Instances are frequent in the world, of rushing into the arms of death without reflection and by a sort of blind impulse, but deliberately to weigh the reasons for life or death, and to be determined in our choice as either side of the scale prevails, shows a great mind. We have had the satisfaction to receive the opinion of his physicians in his favour. May Heaven favour their promises, and relieve me at length from this painful anxiety. Once easy in my mind, I shall go back to my favourite Laurentum, or, in other words, to my books, my papers, and studious leisure. Just now, so much of my time and thoughts are taken up in attendance upon my friend, and anxiety for him, that I have neither leisure nor inclination for any reading or writing whatever. Thus you have my fears, my wishes, and my after plans. Write me in return, but in a gayer strain, an account not only of what you are and have been doing, but of what you intend doing too. It will be a very sensible consolation to me in this disturbance of mind to be assured that yours is easy. Farewell. Letter 17. To Voconius Romanus. Rome has not for many years beheld a more magnificent and memorable spectacle than was lately exhibited in the public funeral of that great, illustrious, and no less fortunate man, Verginius Rufus. He lived 30 years after he had reached the zenith of his fame. He read poems composed in his honour, he read histories of his achievements, and was himself witness of his fame among posterity. He was thrice raised to the dignity of consul, that he might at least be the highest of subjects, who had refused to be the first of princes. As he escaped the resentment of those emperors to whom his virtues had given umbrage and even rendered him odious, and ended his days when this best of princes, this friend of mankind, was in quiet possession of the empire, it seems as if Providence had purposely preserved him to these times, that he might receive the honour of a public funeral. He reached his 84th year, in full tranquillity and universally revered, having enjoyed strong health during his lifetime, with the exception of a trembling in his hands, which, however, gave him no pain. His last illness, indeed, was severe and tedious, but even that circumstance added to his reputation. As he was practising his voice with a view of returning his public acknowledgments to the emperor, who had promoted him to the consulship, a large volume he had taken into his hand, and which happened to be too heavy for so old a man to hold standing up, slid from his grasp. In hastily endeavouring to recover it, his foot slipped on the smooth pavement, and he fell down and broke his thigh bone, which being clumsily set, his age as well being against him, did not properly unite again. The funeral obsequies paid to the memory of this great man have done honour to the emperor, to the age, and to the bar. The consul Cornelius Tacitus pronounced his funeral oration, and thus his good fortune was crowned by the public applause of so eloquent an orator. He has departed from our midst, full of years indeed and of glory, as illustrious by the honours he refused as by those he accepted. Yet still we shall miss him, and lament him, as the shining model of a past age. I, especially, shall feel his loss, for I not only admired him as a patriot, but loved him as a friend. We were of the same province, and of neighbouring towns, and our estates were also contiguous. Besides these accidental connections, he was left my guardian, and always treated me with a parent's affection. Whenever I offered myself as a candidate for any office in the state, he constantly supported me with his interest; and although he had long since given up all such services to friends, he would kindly leave his retirement and come to give me his vote in person. On the day on which the priests nominate those they consider most worthy of the sacred office, he constantly proposed me. Even in his last illness, apprehending the possibility of the senate's appointing him one of the 5 commissioners for reducing the public expenses, he fixed upon me, young as I am, to bear his excuses, in preference to so many other friends, elderly men too, and of consular rank, and said to me, "Had I a son of my own, I would entrust you with this matter." And so I cannot but lament his death, as though it were premature, and pour out my grief into your bosom, if indeed one has any right to grieve, or to call it death at all, which to such a man terminates his mortality, rather than ends his life. He lives, and will live on for ever, and his fame will extend and be more celebrated by posterity, now that he is gone from our sight. I had much else to write to you, but my mind is full of this. I keep thinking of Virginius. I see him before me. I am for ever fondly yet vividly imagining that I hear him, am speaking to him, embrace him. There are men amongst us, his fellow citizens perhaps, who may rival him in virtue, but not one that will ever approach him in glory. Farewell. Letter 18. To Nepos. The great fame of Ozias had already preceded him here, but we find him even more wonderful than we had heard. He possesses the utmost readiness, copiousness, and abundance of language. He always speaks extempore, and his lectures are as finished as though he had spent a long time over their written composition. His style is Greek, or rather the genuine Attic. His exordiums are terse, elegant, attractive, and occasionally impressive and majestic. He suggests several subjects for discussion, allows his audience their choice, sometimes to even name which side he shall take, rises, arranges himself, and begins. At once he has everything almost equally at command. Recondite meanings of things are suggested to you, and words, what words they are, exquisitely chosen and polished. These extempore speeches of his show the wideness of his reading and how much practice he has had in composition. His preface is to the point, his narrative lucid, his summing up forcible, his rhetorical ornament imposing. In a word, he teaches, entertains, and affects you, and you are at a loss to decide which of the 3 he does best. His reflections are frequent, his syllogisms also are frequent, condensed, and carefully finished, a result not easily attainable even with the pen. As for his memory, you would hardly believe what it is capable of. He repeats from a long way back what he has previously delivered extempore, without missing a single word. This marvellous faculty he has acquired by dint of great application and practice, for night and day he does nothing, hears nothing, says nothing else. He has passed his 60th year, and is still only a rhetorician, and I know no class of men more single-hearted, more genuine, more excellent than this class. We who have to go through the rough work of the bar and of real disputes unavoidably contract a certain unprincipled adroitness. The school, the lecture-room, the imaginary case, all this, on the other hand, is perfectly innocent and harmless, and equally enjoyable especially to old people, For what can be happier at that time of life than to enjoy what we found pleasantest in our young days? I consider Isaias then not only the most eloquent, but the happiest of men; and if you are not longing to make his acquaintance, you must be made of stone and iron. So, if not upon my account, or for any other reason, come, for the sake of hearing this man at least. Have you never read of a certain inhabitant of Cadiz, who was so impressed with the name and fame of Livy, that he came from the remotest corner of the earth on purpose to see him, and, his curiosity gratified, went straight home again? It is utter want of taste, shows simple ignorance, is almost an actual disgrace to a man, not to set any high value upon a proficiency in so pleasing, noble, refining a science. I have authors, you will reply, here in my own study, just as eloquent. True. But then those authors you can read at any time, while you cannot always get the opportunity of hearing eloquence. Besides, as the proverb says, the living voice is that which sways the soul. Yes, far more. For notwithstanding what one reads is more clearly understood than what one hears, yet the utterance, countenance, garb, ay, and the very gestures of the speaker alike concur in fixing an impression upon the mind; that is, unless we disbelieve the truth of Aeschines' statement, who, after he had read to the Rhodians that celebrated speech of Demosthenes, upon their expressing their admiration of it, is said to have added, "Ah, what would you have said, could you have heard the wild beast himself?" And Aeschines, if we may take Demosthenes' word for it, was no mean elocutionist; yet he could not but confess that the speech would have sounded far finer from the lips of its author. I am saying all this with a view to persuading you to hear Isaias, if even for the mere sake of being able to say you have heard him. Farewell. Letter 19. To Avitus. It would be a long story, and of no great importance, to tell you by what accident I found myself dining the other day with an individual with whom I am by no means intimate, and who, in his own opinion, does things in good style, and economically as well, but, according to mine, with meanness and extravagance combined. Some very elegant dishes were served up to himself and a few more of us, whilst those placed before the rest of the company consisted simply of cheap dishes and scraps. There were, in small bottles, 3 different kinds of wine, not that the guest might take their choice, but that they might not have any option in their power, one kind being for himself and for us, another sort for his lesser friends, for it seems he has degrees of friends, and the third for his own freedmen and ours. My neighbour, reclining next me, observing this, asked me if I approved the arrangement. "Not at all," I told him. "Pray then," he asked, "what is your method upon such occasions?" "Mine," I returned, "is to give all my visitors the same reception; for when I give an invitation, it is to entertain, not distinguish my company. I place every man upon my own level whom I admit to my table." "Not excepting even your freedmen?" "Not excepting even my freedmen, whom I consider on these occasions my guests, as much as any of the rest." He replied, "This must cost you a great deal." "Not in the least." "How can that be?" "Simply because, although my freedmen don't drink the same wine as myself, yet I drink the same as they do. And no doubt about it, if a man is wise enough to moderate his appetite, he will not find it such a very expensive thing to share with all his visitors what he takes himself. Restrain it, keep it in, if you wish to be a true economist. You will find temperance a far better way of saving than treating other people rudely can be. Why do I say all this? Why? For fear a young man of your high character and promise should be imposed upon by this immoderate luxury which prevails at some tables, under the specious notion of frugality. Whenever any folly of this sort falls under my eye, I shall, just because I care for you, point it out to you as an example you ought to shun. Remember then, nothing is more to be avoided than this modern alliance of luxury with meanness, odious enough when existing separate and distinct, but still more hateful where you meet with them together. Farewell. Letter 20. To Macrinus. The Senate decreed yesterday, on the Emperor's motion, a triumphal statue to Vestricius Spurinna, not as they would to many others, who never were in action, or saw a camp, or heard the sound of a trumpet, unless at a show, but as it would be decreed to those who have justly bought such a distinction with their blood, their exertions, and their deeds. Spurinna forcibly restored the king of the Bructeri to his throne, and this by the noblest kind of victory, for he subdued that warlike people by the terror of the mere display of his preparation for the campaign. This is his reward as a hero, while, to console him for the loss of his son Cottius, who died during his absence upon that expedition, they also voted a statue to the youth, a very unusual honour for one so young, but the services of the father deserved that the pain of so severe a wound should be soothed by no common balm. Indeed, Cottius himself evinced such remarkable promise of the highest qualities, that it is but fitting his short limited term of life should be extended, as it were, by this kind of immortality. He was so pure and blameless, so full of dignity, and commanded such respect, that he might have challenged in moral goodness much older men, with whom he now shares equal honours. Honours, if I am not mistaken, conferred not only to perpetuate the memory of the deceased youth, and in consolation to the surviving father, but for the sake of public example also. This will rouse and stimulate our young men to cultivate every worthy principle, when they see such rewards bestowed upon one of their own years, provided he deserve them, at the same time that men of quality will be encouraged to beget children, and to have the joy and satisfaction of leaving a worthy race behind, if their children survive them, or of so glorious a consolation, should they survive their children. Looking at it in this light, then, I am glad, upon public grounds, that a statue is decreed Cottius, and for my own sake too just as much, for I loved this most favoured, gifted youth, as ardently as I now grievously miss him amongst us, so that it will be a great satisfaction to me to be able to look at this figure from time to time as I pass by, contemplate it, stand underneath, and walk to and fro before it. For if having the pictures of the departed placed in our homes lightens sorrow, how much more those public representations of them, which are not only memorials of their air and countenance, but of their glory and honour besides. Farewell. Letter 21 to Paiscus. As I know you eagerly embrace every opportunity of obliging me, so there is no man whom I had rather be under an obligation to. I apply to you, therefore, in preference to any one else, for a favour which I am extremely desirous of obtaining. You, who are commander-in-chief of a very considerable army, have many opportunities of exercising your generosity, and the length of time you have enjoyed that post must have enabled you to provide for all your own friends. I hope you will now turn your eyes upon some of mine, as indeed they are but a few. Your generous disposition, I know, would be better pleased if the number were greater, but one or two will suffice my modest desires. At present I will only mention Voconius Romanus. His father was of great distinction among the Roman knights, and his father-in-law, or I might more properly call him his second father, for his affectionate treatment of Voconius entitles him to that appellation, was still more conspicuous. His mother was one of the most considerable ladies of Upper Spain. You know what character the people of that province bear, and how remarkable they are for their strictness of their manners. As for himself, he lately held the post of flamen. Now, from the time when we were first students together, I have felt very tenderly attached to him. We lived under the same roof, in town and country. We joked together. We shared each other's serious thoughts. For where indeed could I have found a truer friend or pleasanter companion than he? In his conversation, and even in his very voice and countenance, there is a rare sweetness. As at the bar he displays talents of a high order, acuteness, elegance, ease, and skill, and he writes such letters too, that were you to read them you would imagine they had been dictated by the Muses themselves. I have a very great affection for him, as he has for me. Even in the earlier part of our lives, I warmly embraced every opportunity of doing him all the good services which then lay in my power, as I have lately obtained for him from our most gracious prince the privilege granted to those who have 3 children, a favour which, though Caesar very rarely bestows, and always with great caution, yet he conferred, at my request, in such a manner as to give it the air and grace of being his own choice. The best way of showing that I think he deserves the kindnesses he has already received from me is by increasing them, especially as he always accepts my services so gratefully as to deserve more. Thus I have shown you what manner of man Romanus is, how thoroughly I have proved his worth, and how much I love him. Let me entreat you to honour him with your patronage, in a way suitable to the generosity of your heart, and the eminence of your station; but above all let him have your affection. For though you were to confer upon him the utmost you have in your power to bestow, you can give him nothing more valuable than your friendship. That you may see he is worthy of it, even to the closest degree of intimacy, I send you this brief sketch of his tastes, character, his whole life in fact. I should continue my intercessions in his behalf, but that I know you prefer not being pressed, and I have already repeated them in every line of this letter. For, to show a good reason for what one asks is true intercession, and of the most effectual kind. Farewell. End of section 3. Section 4 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Section 4. Letters 22 to 25. Letter 22. You guessed correctly. I am much engaged in pleading before the 100. The business there is more fatiguing than pleasant. Trifling, inconsiderable cases mostly. It is very seldom that anything worth speaking of, either from the importance of the question or the rank of the persons concerned, comes before them. There are very few lawyers either whom I take any pleasure in working with. The rest, a parcel of impudent young fellows, many of whom one knows nothing whatever about, come here to get some practice in speaking, and conduct themselves so forwardly, and with such utter want of deference, that my friend Attilius exactly hit it, I think, when he made the observation that boys set out at the bar with cases in the court of the 100 as they do at school with Homer, intimating that at both places they begin where they should end. But in former times, so my elders tell me, no youth, even of the best families, was allowed in unless introduced by some person of consular dignity. As things are now, since every fence of modesty and decorum is broken down, and all distinctions are levelled and confounded, the present young generation, so far from waiting to be introduced, break in of their own free will. The audience at their heels are fit attendants upon such orators, a low rabble of hired mercenaries, supplied by contract. They get together in the middle of the court, where the dole is dealt round to them as openly as if they were in a dining room, and at this noble price they run from court to court. The Greeks have an appropriate name in their language for this sort of people, importing that they are applauders by profession, and we stigmatize them with the opprobrious title of table flatterers. Yet the dirty business alluded to increases every day. It was only yesterday 2 of my domestic officers, mere striplings, were hired to cheer somebody or other at 3 denarii apiece. That is what the highest eloquence goes for. Upon these terms we fill as many benches as we please, and gather a crowd. This is how those rending shouts are raised as soon as the individual standing up in the middle of the ring gives the signal. For, you must know, these honest fellows, who understand nothing of what is said, or if they did, could not hear it, would be at a loss without a signal how to time their applause. For many of them don't hear a syllable, and are as noisy as any of the rest. If at any time you should happen to be passing by when the court is sitting, and feel at all interested to know how any speaker is acquitting himself, you have no occasion to give yourself the trouble of getting up on the judge's platform. No need to listen. It is easy enough to find out, for you may be quite sure he that gets most applause deserves it the least. Largius Licinus was the first to introduce this fashion, but then he went no further than to go round and solicit an audience. I remember hearing this from my tutor Quintilian. I used, he told me, to go and hear Domitius Afer, and as he was pleading once before the 100 in his usual slow and impressive manner, hearing, close to him, a most immoderate and unusual noise, and being a good deal surprised at this, he left off, the noise ceased, and he began again. He was interrupted a second time, and a third. At last he inquired who it was that was speaking. He was told Licinus, upon which he broke off the case, exclaiming, "Eloquence is no more." The truth is, it had only begun to decline then, when in Afer's opinion it no longer existed, whereas now it is almost extinct. I am ashamed to tell you of the mincing and affected pronunciation of the speakers, and of the shrill-voiced applause with which their effusions are received, nothing seems wanting to complete this sing-song performance except claps, or other cymbals and tambourines. Howlings indeed, for I can call such applause, which would be indecent even in the theatre by no other name, abound in plenty. Up to this time, the interest of my friends, and the consideration of my early time of life, have kept me in this court, as I am afraid they might think I was doing it to shirk work, rather than to avoid these indecencies, were I to leave it just yet. However, I go there less frequently than I did, and am thus effecting a gradual retreat. Farewell. Letter XXIII. To Gallus. You are surprised that I am so fond of my Laurentine, or, if you prefer the name, my Laurens. But you will cease to wonder when I acquaint you with the beauty of the villa, the advantages of its situation, and the extensive view of the sea-coast. It is only 17 miles from Rome, so that, when I have finished my business in town, I can pass my evenings here after a good satisfactory day's work. There are 2 different roads to it. If you go by that of Laurentum, you must turn off at the 14th milestone; if by Astia, at the 11th. Both of them are sandy in places, which makes it a little heavier and longer by carriage, but short and easy on horseback. The landscape affords plenty of variety, the view in some places being closed in by woods, in others extending over broad meadows, where numerous flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, which the severity of the winter has driven from the mountains, fatten in the spring warmth and on the rich pasturage. My villa is of a convenient size, without being expensive to keep up. The courtyard in front is plain, but not mean, through which you enter porticos shaped into the form of the letter D, enclosing a small but cheerful area between. These make a capital retreat for bad weather, not only as they are shut in with windows, but particularly as they are sheltered by a projection of the roof. From the middle of these porticos you pass into a bright pleasant inner court, and out of that into a handsome hall running out towards the seashore, so that when there is a south-west breeze, it is gently washed with the waves, which spend themselves at its base. On every side of this hall there are either folding doors, or windows equally large, by which means you have a view from the front and the 2 sides, of 3 different seas, as it were. From the back you see the middle court, the portico, and the area, and from another point you look through the portico into the courtyard, and out upon the woods and distant mountains beyond. On the left hand of this hall, a little further from the sea, lies a large drawing-room, and beyond that a second of a smaller size, which has 1 window to the rising and another to the setting sun. This as well has a view of the sea, but more distant and agreeable. The angle formed by the projection of the dining-room with this drawing-room retains and intensifies the warmth of the sun, and this forms our winter quarters and family gymnasium, which is sheltered from all the winds except those which bring on clouds; but the clear sky comes out again before the warmth has gone out of the place. Adjoining this angle is a room forming the segment of a circle, the windows of which are so arranged as to get the sun all through the day. In the walls are contrived a sort of cases, containing a collection of authors who can never be read too often. Next to this is a bedroom, connected with it by a raised passage furnished with pipes, which supply, at a wholesome temperature, and distribute to all parts of this room the heat they receive. The rest of this side of the house is appropriated to the use of my slaves and freedmen, but most of the rooms in it are respectable enough to put my guests into. In the opposite wing is a most elegant, tastefully fitted up bedroom, next to which lies another, which you may call either a large bedroom or a modified dining room. It is very warm and light, not only from the direct rays of the sun, but by their reflection from the sea. Beyond this is a bedroom with an anteroom, the height of which renders it cool in summer, its thick walls warm in winter, for it is sheltered every way from the winds. To this apartment another anteroom is joined by one common wall. From thence you enter into the wide and spacious cooling room belonging to the bath, from the opposite walls of which two curved basins are thrown out, so to speak, which are more than large enough if you consider that the sea is close at hand. Adjacent to this is the anointing room, then the sweating room, and beyond that the bath heating room. Adjoining are two other little bathrooms, elegantly rather than sumptuously fitted up, and next to them is a warm bath of wonderful construction, in which one can swim and take a view of the sea at the same time. Not far from this stands the tennis court, which lies open to the warmth of the afternoon sun. From thence you go up a sort of turret which has two rooms below, with the same number above, besides a dining room commanding a very extensive lookout on to the sea, the coast, and the beautiful villas scattered along the shoreline. At the other end is a second turret, containing a room that gets the rising and setting sun. Behind this is a large storeroom and granary, and underneath a spacious dining room, where only the murmur and break of the sea can be heard, even in a storm. It looks out upon the garden, and the gestatio running round the garden. The gestatio is bordered round with box, and where that is decayed, with rosemary; for the box, wherever sheltered by the buildings, grows plentifully, but where it lies open and exposed to the weather and spray from the sea, though at some distance from the latter, it quite withers up. Next the gestatio, and running along inside it, is a shady vine plantation, the path of which is so soft and easy to the tread that you may walk barefoot upon it. The garden is chiefly planted with fig and mulberry trees, to which this soil is as favourable as it is averse from all others. Here is a dining room, which, though it stands away from the sea, enjoys the garden view, which is just as pleasant. Two apartments run round the back part of it, the windows of which look out upon the entrance of the villa, and into a fine kitchen garden. From here extends an enclosed portico, which, from its great length, you might take for a public one. It has a range of windows on either side, but more on the side facing the sea, and fewer on the garden side, and these single windows and alternate with the opposite rows. In calm, clear weather these are all thrown open, but if it blows, those on the weather side are closed, whilst those away from the wind can remain open without any inconvenience. Before this enclosed portico lies a terrace fragrant with the scent of violets, and warmed by the reflection of the sun from the portico, which, while it retains the rays, keeps away the north-east wind, and it is as warm on this side as it is cool on the side opposite. In the same way it is a protection against the wind from the south-west, and thus, in short, by means of its several sides, breaks the force of the winds, from whatever quarter they may blow. These are some of its winter advantages. They are still more appreciable in the summer time, for at that season it throws a shade upon the terrace during the whole of the forenoon, and upon the adjoining portion of the gestatio and garden in the afternoon, casting a greater or less shade on this side or on that, as the day increases or decreases. But the portico itself is coolest just at the time when the sun is at its hottest, that is, when the rays fall directly upon the roof. Also, by opening the windows, you let in the western breezes in a free current, which prevents the place getting oppressive with close and stagnant air. At the upper end of the terrace and portico stands a detached garden building, which I call my favourite indeed, as I put it up myself. It contains a very warm winter room, one side of which looks down upon the terrace, while the other has a view of the sea, and both lie exposed to the sun. The bedroom opens on to the covered portico by means of folding doors, while its window looks out upon the sea. On that side next the sea, and facing the middle wall, is formed a very elegant little recess, which by means of transparent windows, and a curtain drawn to or aside, can be made part of the adjoining room, or separated from it. It contains a couch and 2 chairs. As you lie upon this couch, from where your feet are, you get a peep of the sea. Looking behind you, see the neighbouring villas, and from the head you have a view of the woods. These 3 views may be seen either separately, from so many different windows, or blended together in one. Adjoining this is a bedroom which neither the servants' voices, the murmuring of the sea, the glare of lightning, nor daylight itself can penetrate, unless you open the windows. This profound tranquillity and seclusion are occasioned by a passage separating the wall of this room from that of the garden, and thus, by means of this intervening space, every noise is drowned. Annexed to this is a tiny stove room, which by opening or shutting a little aperture, lets out or retains the heat from underneath, according as you require. Beyond this lie a bedroom and anteroom, which enjoy the sun, though obliquely indeed, from the time it rises, till the afternoon. When I retire to this garden summer house, I fancy myself 100 miles away from my villa, and take a special pleasure in it at the feast of the Saturnalia, when, by the licence of that festive season, every other part of my house resounds with my servants' mirth. Thus I neither interrupt their amusement, nor they my studies. Amongst the pleasures and conveniences of this situation, there is one drawback, and that is the want of running water. But then there are wells about the place, or rather springs, for they lie close to the surface. And, altogether, the quality of this coast is remarkable; for dig where you may, you meet, upon the first turning up of the ground, with a spring of water, quite pure, not in the least salt, although so near the sea. The neighbouring woods supply us with all the fuel we require; the other necessaries Ostia furnishes. Indeed, to a moderate man, even the village, between which and my house there is only one villa, would supply all ordinary requirements. It has 3 public baths, which are a great convenience if it happen that friends come in unexpectedly, or make too short a stay to allow time in preparing my own. The whole coast is very pleasantly sprinkled with villas, either in rows or detached, which, whether looking at them from the sea or the shore, present the appearance of so many different cities. The strand is sometimes, after a long calm, perfectly smooth, though, in general, through the storms driving the waves upon it, it is rough and uneven. I cannot boast that our sea is plentiful in choice fish; however, it supplies us with capital soles and prawns. But as to other kinds of provisions, my villa aspires to excel even inland countries, particularly in milk; for the cattle come up there from the meadows in large numbers in pursuit of water and shade. Tell me now, have I not good reason for living in, staying in, loving such a retreat, which, if you feel no appetite for, you must be morbidly attached to town? And I only wish you would feel inclined to come down to it, that to so many charms with which my little villa abounds, it might have the very considerable addition of your company to recommend it. Farewell. Letter XXIV. To Cerealis. You advise me to read my late speech before an assemblage of my friends. I shall do so, as you advise it, though I have strong scruples. Compositions of this sort lose, I well know, all their force and fire, and even their very name almost, by a mere recital. It is the solemnity of the tribunal, the concourse of advocates, the suspense of the event, the fame of the several pleaders concerned, the different parties formed amongst the audience. Add to this the gestures, the pacing, ay, the actual running to and fro of the speaker, the body working in harmony with every inward emotion, that conspire to give a spirit and a grace to what he delivers. This is the reason that those who plead sitting, though they retain most of the advantages possessed by those who stand up to plead, weaken the whole force of their oratory. The eyes and hands of the reader, those important instruments of graceful elocution, being engaged, it is no wonder that the attention of the audience droops, without anything extrinsic to keep it up, no allurements of gesture to attract, no smart, stinging impromptus to enliven. To these general considerations I must add this particular disadvantage which attends the speech in question, that it is of the argumentative kind, and it is natural for an author to infer that what he wrote with labour will not be read with pleasure. For who is there so unprejudiced as not to prefer the attractive and sonorous to the sombre and unornamented in style? It is very unreasonable that there should be any distinction. However, it is certain the judges generally expect one style of pleading, and the audience another; whereas an auditor ought to be affected only by those parts which would especially strike him, were he in the place of the judge. Nevertheless, it is possible the objections which lie against this piece may be surmounted in consideration of the novelty it has to recommend it. The novelty, I mean, with respect to us; for the Greek orators have a method of reasoning upon a different occasion, not altogether unlike that which I have employed. They, when they would throw out a law, as contrary to some former one unrepealed, argue by comparing those together. So I, on the contrary, endeavour to prove that the crime, which I was insisting upon as falling within the intent and meaning of the law relating to public extortions, was agreeable, not only to that law, but likewise to other laws of the same nature. Those who are ignorant of the jurisprudence of their country can have no taste for reasonings of this kind, but those who are not ought to be proportionably the more favourable in the judgments they pass upon them. I shall endeavour, therefore, if you persist in my reciting it, to collect as learned an audience as I can. But before you determine this point, do weigh impartially the different considerations I have laid before you, and then decide as reason shall direct, for it is reason that must justify you. Obedience to your commands will be a sufficient apology for me. Farewell. Letter XXV. To Calvisius. Give me a penny, and I will tell you a story worth gold. Or rather, you shall hear 2 or 3, for one brings to my mind another. It makes no difference with which I begin. Verania, the widow of Piso, the Piso, I mean, whom Galba adopted, lay extremely ill, and Regulus paid her a visit. By the way, mark the assurance of the man, visiting a lady who detested him herself, and to whose husband he was a declared enemy, Even barely to enter her house would have been bad enough, but he actually went and seated himself by her bedside, and began inquiring on what day and hour she was born. Being informed of these important particulars, he composes his countenance, fixes his eyes, mutters something to himself, counts upon his fingers, and all this merely to keep the poor sick lady in suspense. When he had finished, "You are," he says, "in one of your climacterics. However, you will get over it. But for your greater satisfaction, I will consult with a certain diviner, whose skill I have frequently experienced." Accordingly, off he goes, performs a sacrifice, and returns with the strongest assurances that the omens confirmed what he had promised on the part of the stars. Upon this the good woman, whose danger made her credulous, calls for her will, and gives Regulus a legacy. She grew worse shortly after this, and in her last moments exclaimed against this wicked, treacherous, and worse than perjured wretch who had sworn falsely to her by his own son's life. But imprecations of this sort are as common with Regulus as they are impious, and he continually devotes that unhappy youth to the curse of those gods whose vengeance his own frauds every day provoke. Velleius Blaisus, a man of consular rank, and remarkable for his immense wealth, in his last illness was anxious to make some alterations in his will. Regulus, who had lately endeavoured to insinuate himself into his good graces, hoped to get something from the new will, and accordingly addresses himself to his physicians, and conjures them to exert all their skill to prolong the poor man's life. But after the will was signed, he changes his character, reversing his tone. "How long," says he to these very same physicians, "do you intend keeping this man in misery? Since you cannot preserve his life, why do you grudge him the happy release of death?" Blaisus dies, and, as if he had overheard every word that Regulus had said, has not left him 1 farthing. And now, have you had enough? Or are you for the third, according to rhetorical canon? If so, Regulus will supply you. You must know, then, that Aurelia, a lady of remarkable accomplishments, purposing to execute her will, had put on her smartest dress for the occasion. Regulus, who was present as a witness, turned to the lady, and "Pray," says he, "leave me these fine clothes." Aurelia thought the man was joking, but he insisted upon it perfectly seriously, and, to be brief, obliged her to open her will, and insert the dress she had on as a legacy to him, watching as she wrote, and then looking over it to see that it was all down correctly. Aurelia, however, is still alive, though Regulus, no doubt, when he solicited this bequest, expected to enjoy it pretty soon. The fellow gets estates, he gets legacies conferred upon him, as if he really deserved them. But why should I go on dwelling upon this, in a city where wickedness and knavery have, for this time past, received the same, do I say, nay, even greater encouragement, than modesty and virtue? Regulus is a glaring instance of this truth, who, from a state of poverty, has by a train of villainies acquired such immense riches that he once told me, upon consulting the omens to know how soon he should be worth 60 millions of sesterces, he found them so favourable as to portend he should possess double that sum. And possibly he may, if he continues to dictate wills for other people in this way. a sort of fraud, in my opinion, the most infamous of any. Farewell. End of section 4. Section 5 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 26 to 31. Letter 26. To Calvisius. I never, I think, spent any time more agreeably than my time lately with Spurinna. So agreeably indeed, that if ever I should arrive at old age, there is no man whom I would sooner choose for my model, for nothing can be more perfect in arrangement than his mode of life. I look upon order in human actions, especially at that advanced age, with the same sort of pleasure as I behold the settled course of the heavenly bodies. In young men, indeed, a little confusion and disarrangement is all well enough, but in age, when business is unseasonable, and ambition indecent, all should be composed and uniform. This rule Spurinna observes with most religious consistency. Even in those matters which one might call insignificant, were they not of everyday occurrence, he observes a certain periodical season and method. The early morning he passes on his couch. At 8 he calls for his slippers and walks 3 miles, exercising mind and body together. On his return, if he has any friends in the house with him, he gets upon some entertaining and interesting topic of conversation. If by himself, some book is read to him, sometimes when visitors are there even, if agreeable to the company. Then he has a rest, and after that either takes up a book, or resumes his conversation in preference to reading. By and by he goes out for a drive in his carriage, either with his wife, a most admirable woman, or with some friend, a happiness which lately was mine. How agreeable, how delightful it is getting a quiet time alone with him in this way! You could imagine you were listening to some worthy of ancient times. What deeds, what men you hear about, and with what noble precepts you are imbued, yet all delivered with so modest an air, that there is not the least appearance of dictating. When he has gone about 7 miles, he gets out of his chariot and walks a mile more, after which he returns home, and either takes a rest or goes back to his couch and writing, for he composes most elegant lyrics, both in Greek and Latin, so wonderfully soft, sweet, and gay they are, while the author's own unsullied life lends them additional charm. When the baths are ready, which in winter is about 3 o'clock, and in summer about 2, he undresses himself, and, if there happen to be no wind, walks for some time in the sun. After this he has a good brisk game of tennis, for by this sort of exercise too he combats the effects of old age. When he has bathed, he throws himself upon his couch, but waits a little before he begins eating, and in the meanwhile has some light and entertaining author read to him. In this, as in all the rest, his friends are at full liberty to share, or to employ themselves in any other way, just as they prefer. You sit down to an elegant dinner, without extravagant display, which is served up in antique plate of pure silver. He has another complete service in Corinthian metal, which, though he admires as a curiosity, is far from being his passion. During dinner he is frequently entertained with the recital of some dramatic piece, by way of seasoning his very pleasures with study, and although he continues at the table, even in summer, till the night is somewhat advanced, yet he prolongs the entertainment with so much affability and politeness that none of his guests ever finds it tedious. By this method of living, he has preserved all his senses entire, and his body vigorous and active to his 78th year, without showing any sign of old age, except wisdom. This is the sort of life I ardently aspire after, as I purpose enjoying it when I shall arrive at those years which will justify a retreat from active life. Meanwhile, I am embarrassed with 1,000 affairs, in which Spurinna is at once my support and my example, for he too, so long as it became him, discharged his professional duties, held magistracies, governed provinces, and by toiling hard earned the repose he now enjoys. I propose to myself the same career and the same limits, and I here give it to you under my hand that I do so. If an ill-timed ambition should carry me beyond those bounds, produce this very letter of mine in court against me, and condemn me to repose, whenever I enjoy it, without being reproached with indolence. Farewell. Letter 27. To Bibius Macer. It gives me great pleasure to find you such a reader of my uncle's works as to wish to have a complete collection of them, and to ask me for the names of them all. I will act as index then, and you shall know the very order in which they were written, for the studious reader likes to know this. The first work of his was a treatise in 1 volume, on the use of the dart by cavalry. This he wrote when in command of one of the cavalry corps of our allied troops, and is drawn up with great care and ingenuity. The Life of Pomponius Secundus in 2 volumes. Pomponius had a great affection for him, and he thought he owed this tribute to his memory. The history of the wars in Germany, in 20 books, in which he gave an account of all the battles we were engaged in against that nation. A dream he had, while serving in the army in Germany, first suggested the design of this work to him. He imagined that Drusus Nero, who extended his conquest very far into that country, and there lost his life, appeared to him in his sleep, and entreated him to rescue his memory from oblivion. Next comes a work entitled The Student, in 3 parts, which from their length spread into 6 volumes, a work in which is discussed the earliest training and subsequent education of the orator. Questions of grammar and style, in 8 books, written in the latter part of Nero's reign, when the tyranny of the times made it dangerous to engage in literary pursuits requiring freedom and elevation of tone. He has completed the history which Aufidius Bassus left unfinished, and has added to it 30 books. And lastly, he has left 37 books on natural history, a work of great compass and learning, and as full of variety as nature herself. You will wonder how a man as busy as he was could find time to compose so many books, and some of them too involving such care and labour. But you will be still more surprised when you hear that he pleaded at the bar for some time, that he died in his 66th year, that the intervening time was employed partly in the execution of the highest official duties, partly in attendance upon those emperors who honoured him with their friendship. But he had a quick apprehension, marvellous power of application, and was of an exceedingly wakeful temperament. He always began to study at midnight, at the time of the feast of Vulcan, not for the sake of good luck, but for learning's sake. In winter generally at 1 in the morning, but never later than 2, and often at 12. He was a most ready sleeper, insomuch that he would sometimes, whilst in the midst of his studies, fall off, and then wake up again. Before daybreak he used to wait upon Vespasian, who also used his nights for transacting business in. and then proceed to execute the orders he had received. As soon as he returned home, he gave what time was left to study. After a short and light refreshment at noon, agreeably to the good old custom of our ancestors, he would frequently in the summer, if he was disengaged from business, lie down and bask in the sun, during which time some author was read to him, while he took notes and made extracts. For every book he read, he made extracts out of. Indeed, it was a maxim of his, that no book was so bad, but some good might be got out of it. When this was over, he generally took a cold bath, then some light refreshment, and a little nap. After this, as if it had been a new day, he studied till supper time, when a book was again read to him, which he would take down running notes upon. I remember once, his reader having mispronounced a word, one of my uncle's friends at the table made him go back to where the word was, and repeat it again, upon which my uncle said to his friend, "Surely you understood it?" Upon his acknowledging that he did, "Why then," said he, "did you make him go back again? We have lost more than 10 lines by this interruption." Such an economist he was of time. In the summer he used to rise from supper at daylight, and in winter as soon as it was dark, a rule he observed as strictly as if it had been a law of the state. Such was his manner of life amid the bustle and turmoil of the town. But in the country his whole time was devoted to study, excepting only when he bathed. In this exception I include no more than the time during which he was actually in the bath, for all the while he was being rubbed and wiped he was employed either in hearing some book read to him, or in dictating himself. In going about anywhere, as though he were disengaged from all other business, he applied his mind wholly to that single pursuit. A shorthand writer constantly attended him, with book and tablets, who, in the winter, wore a particular sort of warm gloves, that the sharpness of the winter might not occasion any interruption to my uncle's studies; and for the same reason, when in Rome, he was always carried in a chair. I recollect his once taking me to task for walking. "You need not," he said, "lose these hours," for he thought every hour gone that was not given to study. Through this extraordinary application he found time to compose the several treatises I have mentioned, besides 160 volumes of extracts which he left me in his will, consisting of a kind of commonplace, written on both sides in very small hand, so that one might fairly reckon the number considerably more. He used himself to tell us that when he was comptroller of the revenue in Spain, he could have sold these manuscripts to Largius Licinus for 400,000 sesterces, and then there were not so many of them. When you consider the books he has read, and the volumes he has written, are you not inclined to suspect that he never was engaged in public duties, or was ever in the confidence of his prince? On the other hand, when you are told how indefatigable he was in his studies, are you not inclined to wonder that he read and wrote no more than he did? For, on one side, what obstacles would not the business of a court throw in his way? And on the other, what is it that such intense application might not effect? It amuses me then when I hear myself called a studious man, who in comparison with him am the merest idler. But why do I mention myself, who am diverted from these pursuits by numberless affairs, both public and private? Who amongst those whose whole lives are devoted to literary pursuits would not blush and feel himself the most confirmed of sluggards by the side of him? I see I have run out my letter further than I had originally intended, which was only to let you know, as you asked me, what works he had left behind him. But I trust this will be no less acceptable to you than the books themselves, as it may, possibly, not only excite your curiosity to read his works, but also your emulation to copy his example by some attempts of a similar nature. Farewell. Letter 28. To Annius Severus. I have lately purchased, with a legacy that was left me, a small statue of Corinthian brass. It is small indeed, but elegant and lifelike, as far as I can form any judgment, which most certainly in matters of this sort, as perhaps in all others, is extremely defective. However, I do see the beauties of this figure, for as it is naked, the faults, if there be any, as well as the perfections, are the more observable. It represents an old man in an erect attitude. The bones, muscles, veins, and the very wrinkles give the impression of breathing life. The hair is thin and failing, the forehead broad, the face shrivelled, the throat lank, the arms loose and hanging, the breast shrunken, and the belly fallen in, as the whole turn and air of the figure behind too is equally expressive of old age. It appears to be true antique, judging from the colour of the brass. In short, it is such a masterpiece as would strike the eyes of a connoisseur, and which cannot fail to charm an ordinary observer, and this induced me, who am an absolute novice in this art, to buy it. But I did so, not with any intention of placing it in my own house, for I have nothing of the kind there, but with the design of fixing it in some conspicuous place in my native province. I should like it best in the temple of Jupiter, for it is a gift well worthy of a temple, well worthy of a god. I desire therefore you would, with that care with which you always perform my requests, undertake this commission, and give immediate orders for a pedestal to be made for it, out of what marble you please, but let my name be engraved upon it, and, if you think proper to add these as well, my titles. I will send the statue by the first person I can find who will not mind the trouble of it, or possibly, which I'm sure you will like better, I may myself bring it along with me, for I intend, if business can spare me, that is to say, to make an excursion over to you. I see joy in your looks when I promise to come, but you will soon change your countenance when I add, only for a few days, for the same business that at present keeps me here will prevent my making a longer stay. Farewell. Letter 29. To Caninius Rufus. I have just been informed that Silius Italicus has starved himself to death at his villa near Naples. Ill health was the cause. Being troubled with an incurable cancerous tumour, he grew weary of life, and therefore put an end to it, with a determination not to be moved. He had been extremely fortunate all through his life, with the exception of the death of the younger of his two sons. However, he has left behind him the elder and the worthier man of the two in a position of distinction, having even attained consular rank. His reputation had suffered a little in Nero's time, as he was suspected of having officiously joined in some of the informations in that reign, but he used his interest with Vitellius with great discretion and humanity. He acquired considerable honour by his administration of the government of Asia, and, by his good conduct after his retirement from business, cleared his character from that stain which his former public exertions had thrown upon it. He lived as a private nobleman, without power, and consequently without envy. Though he was frequently confined to his bed, and always to his room, yet he was highly respected, and much visited, not with an interested view, but on his own account. He employed his time, between conversing with literary men and composing verses, which he sometimes read out by way of testing the public opinion, but they evidence more industry than genius. In the decline of his years, he entirely quitted Rome and lived altogether in Campania, from whence even the accession of the new emperor could not draw him, a circumstance which I mention as much to the honour of Caesar, who was not displeased with that liberty, as of Italicus, who was not afraid to make use of it. He was reproached with indulging his taste for the fine arts at an immoderate expense. He had several villas in the same province, and the last purchase was always the especial favourite, to the neglect of all the rest. These residences overflowed with books, statues, and pictures, which he more than enjoyed, he even adored, particularly that of Virgil, of whom he was so passionate an admirer that he celebrated the anniversary of that poet's birthday with more solemnity than his own, at Naples especially, where he used to approach his tomb as if it had been a temple. In this tranquillity he passed his 75th year, with a delicate rather than an infirm constitution. As he was the last person upon whom Nero conferred the consular office, so he was the last survivor of all those who had been raised by him to that dignity. It is also remarkable that, as he was the last to die of Nero's consuls, so Nero died when he was consul. Recollecting this, a feeling of pity for the transitory condition of mankind comes over me. Is there anything in nature so short and limited as human life, even at its longest? Does it not seem to you but yesterday that Nero was alive? And yet not one of all those who were consuls in his reign now remains. Though why should I wonder at this? Lucius Piso, the father of that Piso who was so infamously assassinated by Valerius Festus in Africa, used to say he did not see one person in the Senate whose opinion he had consulted when he was consul. In so short a space is the very term of life of such a multitude of beings comprised, so that to me those royal tears seem not only worthy of pardon, but of praise. For it is said that Xerxes, on surveying his immense army, wept at the reflection that so many thousand lives would, in such a short space of time, be extinct. The more ardent, therefore, should be our zeal to lengthen out this frail and transient portion of existence, if not by our deeds, for the opportunities of this are not in our power, yet certainly by our literary accomplishments. And since long life is denied us, let us transmit to posterity some memorial that we have at least lived. I well know you need no incitements, but the warmth of my affection for you inclines me to urge you on in the course you are already pursuing, just as you have so often urged me. Happy rivalry, when two friends strive in this way which of them shall animate the other most in their mutual pursuit of immortal fame. Farewell. Letter 30. To Spurinna and Cottia. I did not tell you, when I paid you my last visit, that I had composed something in praise of your son, because, in the first place, I wrote it not for the sake of talking about my performance, but simply to satisfy my affection, to console my sorrow for the loss of him. Again, as you told me, my dear Spurinna, that you had heard I had been reciting a piece of mine, I imagined you had also heard at the same time what was the subject of the recital, and besides, I was afraid of casting a gloom over your cheerfulness in that festive season, by reviving the remembrance of that heavy sorrow. And even now I have hesitated a little whether I should gratify you both, in your joint request, by sending only what I recited, or add to it what I am thinking of keeping back for another essay. It does not satisfy my feelings to devote only one little tract to a memory so dear and sacred to me, and it seemed also more to the interest of his fame to have it thus disseminated by separate pieces. But the consideration that it will be more open and friendly to send you the whole now, rather than keep back some of it to another time, has determined me to do the former, especially as I have your promise that it shall not be communicated by either of you to any one else until I shall think proper to publish it. The only remaining favour I ask is, that you will give me a proof of the same unreserve by pointing out to me what you shall judge would be best altered, omitted, or added. It is difficult for a mind in affliction to concentrate itself upon such little cares. However, as you would direct a painter or sculptor who was representing the figure of your son what parts he should retouch or express, so I hope you will guide and inform my hand in this more durable, or, as you are pleased to think it, this immortal likeness, which I am endeavouring to execute. For the truer to the original, the more perfect and finished it is, so much the more lasting it is likely to prove. Farewell. Letter 31. To Julius Genitor. It is just like the generous disposition of Artemidorus to magnify the kindnesses of his friends. Hence he praises my deserts, though he is really indebted to me, beyond their due. It is true indeed that when the philosophers were expelled from Rome, I visited him at his house near the city, and ran the greater risk in paying him that civility, as it was more noticeable then, I being praetor at the time. I supplied him too with a considerable sum to pay certain debts he had contracted upon very honourable occasions, without charging interest, though obliged to borrow the money myself, while the rest of his rich powerful friends stood by hesitating about giving him assistance. I did this at a time when 7 of my friends were either executed or banished, Senecio, Rusticus, and Helvidius having just been put to death, while Mauricus, Gratilla, Arria, and Fannia were sent into exile, and scorched as it were by so many lightning bolts of the state thus hurled and flashing round me, I augured by no uncertain tokens my own impending doom. But I do not look upon myself, on that account, as deserving of the high praises my friend bestows upon me. All I pretend to is the being clear of the infamous guilt of abandoning him in his misfortunes. I had, as far as the differences between our ages would admit, a friendship for his father-in-law Musonius, whom I both loved and esteemed, while Artemidorus himself I entered into the closest intimacy with when I was serving as a military tribune in Syria, and I consider as a proof that there is some good in me the fact of my being so early capable of appreciating a man who is either a philosopher or the nearest resemblance to one possible. For I am sure that, amongst all those who at the present day call themselves philosophers, you will find hardly any one of them so full of sincerity and truth as he. I forbear to mention how patient he is of heat and cold alike, how indefatigable in labour, how abstemious in his food, and what an absolute restraint he puts upon all his appetites. For these qualities, considerable as they would certainly be in any other character, are less noticeable by the side of the rest of those virtues of his which recommended him to Musonius for a son-in-law, in preference to so many others of all ranks who paid their addresses to his daughter. And when I think of all these things, I cannot help feeling pleasurably affected by those unqualified terms of praise in which he speaks of me to you as well as to every one else. I am only apprehensive lest the warmth of his kind feeling carry him beyond the due limits, for he, who is so free from all other errors, is apt to fall into just this one good-natured one, of overrating the merits of his friends. Farewell. End of section 5. Section 6 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 32 to 39. Letter 32. To Catilius Severus. I will come to supper, but must make this agreement beforehand, that I go when I please, that you treat me to nothing expensive, and that our conversation abound only in Socratic discourse, while even that in moderation. There are certain necessary visits of ceremony, bringing people out before daylight, which Cato himself could not safely fall in with, though I must confess that Julius Caesar reproaches him with that circumstance in such a manner as redounds to his praise. For he tells us that the persons who met him reeling home blushed at the discovery, and adds, "You would have thought that Cato had detected them, and not they Cato." Could he place the dignity of Cato in a stronger light than by representing him thus venerable even in his cups? But let our supper be as moderate in regard to ours as in the preparation and expense. For we are not of such eminent reputation that even our enemies cannot censure our conduct without applauding it at the same time. Farewell. Letter 33. To Achilles. The atrocious treatment that Largius Macado, a man of praetorian rank, lately received at the hands of his slaves, is so extremely tragical, that it deserves a place rather in public history than in a private letter. Though it must at the same time be acknowledged, there was a haughtiness and severity in his behaviour towards them, which showed that he little remembered, indeed almost entirely forgot, the fact that his own father had once been in that station of life. He was bathing at his Formian villa, when he found himself suddenly surrounded by his slaves. One seizes him by the throat, another strikes him on the mouth, whilst others trampled upon his breast, stomach, and even other parts which I need not mention. When they thought the breath must be quite out of his body, they threw him down upon the heated pavement of the bath, to try whether he was still alive, where he lay outstretched and motionless, either really insensible, or only feigning to be so, upon which they concluded him to be actually dead. In this condition they brought him out, pretending that he had got suffocated by the heat of the bath. Some of his more trusty servants received him, and his mistresses came about him shrieking and lamenting. The noise of their cries and the fresh air together brought him a little to himself. He opened his eyes, moved his body, and showed them, as he now safely might, that he was not quite dead. The murderers immediately made their escape, but most of them have been caught again, and they are after the rest. He was with great difficulty kept alive for a few days, and then expired, having however the satisfaction of finding himself as amply revenged in his lifetime as he would have been after his death. Thus you see to what affronts, indignities, and dangers we are exposed. Lenity and kind treatment are no safeguard, for it is malice, and not reflection, that arms such ruffians against their masters. So much for this piece of news. And what else? What else? Nothing else, or you should hear it, for I have still paper, and time too, as it is holiday time with me, to spare for more, and I can tell you one further circumstance relating to Macado, which now occurs to me. As he was in a public bath once, at Rome, a remarkable, and, judging from the manner of his death, an ominous accident happened to him. A slave of his, in order to make way for his master, laid his hand gently upon a Roman knight, who, turning suddenly round, struck, not the slave who had touched him, but Macado, so violent a blow with his open palm that he almost knocked him down. Thus the bath, by a kind of gradation, proved fatal to him, being first the scene of an indignity he suffered, afterwards the scene of his death. Farewell. Letter XXXIV. To Nepos. I have constantly observed that amongst the deeds and sayings of illustrious persons of either sex, some have made more noise in the world, whilst others have been really greater, although less talked about; and I am confirmed in this opinion by a conversation I had yesterday with Fannia. This lady is a granddaughter to that celebrated Arria, who animated her husband to meet death by her own glorious example. She informed me of several particulars relating to Arria, no less heroic than this applauded action of hers, though taken less notice of; and I think you will be as surprised to read the account of them as I was to hear it. Her husband, Caecina Paetus, and her son were both attacked at the same time with a fatal illness, as was supposed, of which the son died, a youth of remarkable beauty, and as modest as he was comely, endeared indeed to his parents no less by his many graces than from the fact of his being their son. His mother prepared his funeral, and conducted the usual ceremonies so privately that Paetus did not know of his death. Whenever she came into his room, she pretended her son was alive, and actually better, and as often as he inquired after his health, would answer, "He has had a good rest, and eaten his food with quite an appetite." Then, when she found the tears she had so long kept back gushing forth in spite of herself, she would leave the room, and having given vent to her grief, return with dry eyes and a serene countenance, as though she had dismissed every feeling of bereavement at the door of her husband's chamber. I must confess it was a brave action in her to draw the steel, plunge it into her breast, pluck out the dagger, and present it to her husband with that ever memorable, I had almost said that divine, expression, "Paetus, it is not painful." But when she spoke and acted thus, she had the prospect of glory and immortality before her; how far greater, without the support of any such animating motives, to hide her tears, to conceal her grief, and cheerfully to act the mother, when a mother no more. Scribonianus had taken up arms in Illyria against Claudius, where he lost his life, and Paetus, who was of his party, was brought a prisoner to Rome. When they were going to put him on board ship, Arria besought the soldiers that she might be permitted to attend him; "For surely," she urged, "you will allow a man of consular rank some servants to dress him, attend to him at meals, and put his shoes on for him; but if you will take me, I alone will perform all these offices." Her request was refused, upon which she hired a fishing boat, and in that small vessel followed the ship. On her return to Rome, meeting the wife of Scribonianus in the emperor's palace, at the time when this woman voluntarily gave evidence against the conspirators, "What!" she exclaimed, "shall I hear you even speak to me, you on whose bosom your husband Scribonianus was murdered, and yet you survive him?" An expression which plainly shows that the noble manner in which she put an end to her life was no unpremeditated effect of sudden passion. Moreover, when Thrasea, her son-in-law, was endeavouring to dissuade her from her purpose of destroying herself, and amongst other arguments which he used, said to her, "Would you then advise your daughter to die with me, if my life were to be taken from me?" "Most certainly I would," she replied, "if she had lived as long, and in as much harmony with you, as I have with my Paetus." This answer greatly increased the alarm of her family, and made them watch her for the future more narrowly; which when she perceived, "It is of no use," she said, "you may oblige me to effect my death in a more painful way, but it is impossible you should prevent it." Saying this, she sprang from her chair, and running her head with the utmost violence against the wall, fell down, to all appearance dead. But being brought to herself again, "I told you," she said, "if you would not suffer me to take an easy path to death, I should find a way to it, however hard." Now is there not, my friend, something much greater in all this, than in the so much talked of "Paetus, it is not painful," to which these led the way, and yet this last is the favourite topic of fame, while all the former are passed over in silence; whence I cannot but infer, what I observed at the beginning of my letter, that some actions are more celebrated, whilst others are really greater. Letter XXXV To Severus. I was obliged by my consular office to compliment the emperor in the name of the republic; but after I had performed that ceremony in the senate in the usual manner, and as fully as the time and place would allow, I thought it agreeable to the affection of a good subject to enlarge those general heads, and expand them into a complete discourse. My principal object in doing so was, to confirm the emperor in his virtues, by paying them that tribute of applause which they so justly deserve, and at the same time to direct future princes, not in the formal way of lecture, but by his more engaging example, to those paths they must pursue if they would attain the same heights of glory. To instruct princes how to form their conduct is a noble but difficult task, and may perhaps be esteemed an act of presumption; but to applaud the character of an accomplished prince, and to hold out to posterity by this means a beacon light, as it were, to guide succeeding monarchs, is a method equally useful and much more modest. It afforded me a very singular pleasure that, when I wished to recite this panegyric in a private assembly, my friends gave me their company, though I did not solicit them in the usual form of notes or circulars, but only desired their attendance, should it be quite convenient to them, and if they should happen to have no other engagement. You know the excuses generally made at Rome to avoid invitations of this kind, how prior invitations are usually alleged; yet in spite of the worst possible weather, they attended the recital for 2 days together, and when I thought it would be unreasonable to detain them any longer, they insisted upon my going through with it the next day. Shall I consider this as an honour done to myself or to literature? Rather let me suppose to the latter, which, though well nigh extinct, seems to be now again reviving amongst us. Yet what was the subject which raised this uncommon attention? No other than what formerly, even in the senate, where we had to submit to it, we used to grudge even a few moments' attention to. But now, you see, we have patience to recite and to attend to the same topic for 3 days together; and the reason of this is, not that we have more eloquent writing now than formerly, but we write under a fuller sense of individual freedom, and consequently more genially than we used to. It is an additional glory, therefore, to our present emperor that this sort of harangue, which was once as disgusting as it was false, is now as pleasing as it is sincere. But it was not only the earnest attention of my audience which afforded me pleasure. I was greatly delighted too with the justness of their taste; for I observed that the more nervous parts of my discourse gave them peculiar satisfaction. It is true, indeed, this work, which was written for the perusal of the world in general, was read only to a few. However, I would willingly look upon their particular judgment as an earnest of that of the public, and rejoice at their manly taste as if it were universally spread. It was just the same in eloquence as it was in music. The vitiated ears of the audience introduced a depraved style; but now I am inclined to hope, as a more refined judgment prevails in the public, our compositions of both kinds will improve too. For those authors, whose sole object is to please, will fashion their works according to the popular taste. I trust, however, in subjects of this nature the florid style is most proper, and am so far from thinking that the vivid colouring I have used will be esteemed foreign and unnatural, that I am most apprehensive that censure will fall upon those parts where the diction is most simple and unornate. Nevertheless, I sincerely wish the time may come, and that it now were, when the smooth and luscious, which has affected our style, shall give place, as it ought, to severe and chaste composition. Thus have I given you an account of my doings of these last 3 days, that your absence might not entirely deprive you of a pleasure which, from your friendship to me, and the part you take in everything that concerns the interest of literature, I know you would have received, had you been there to hear. Farewell. Letter XXXVI. To Calvisius Rufus. I must have recourse to you, as usual, in an affair which concerns my finances. An estate adjoining my land, and indeed running into it, is for sale. There are several considerations strongly inclining me to this purchase, while there are others no less weighty deterring me from it. Its first recommendation is, the beauty which will result from uniting this farm to my own lands; next, the advantage as well as pleasure of being able to visit it without additional trouble and expense, to have it superintended by the same steward and almost by the same sub-agents, and to have one villa to support and embellish, the other just to keep in common repair. I take into this account furniture, housekeepers, fancy gardeners, artificers, and even hunting apparatus, as it makes a very great difference whether you get these all together into one place, or scatter them about in several. On the other hand, I don't know whether it is prudent to expose so large a property to the same climate, and the same risks of accident happening. To distribute one's possessions about seems a safer way of meeting the caprice of fortune. Besides, there is something extremely pleasant in the change of air and place, and the going about between one's properties. And now, to come to the chief consideration. The lands are rich, fertile, and well watered, consisting chiefly of meadow ground, vineyard, and wood, while the supply of building timber and its returns, though moderate, still keep at the same rate. But the soil, fertile as it is, has been much impoverished by not having been properly looked after. The person last in possession used frequently to seize and sell the stock, by which means, although he lessened his tenants' arrears for the time being, yet he left them nothing to go on with, and the arrears ran up again in consequence. I shall be obliged, then, to provide them with slaves, which I must buy, and at a higher than the usual price, as these will be good ones, for I keep no fettered slaves myself, and there are none upon the estate. For the rest, the price, you must know, is 3 millions of sesterces. It has formerly gone over 5 millions, but owing partly to the general hardness of the times, and partly to its being thus stripped of tenants, the income of this estate is reduced, and consequently its value. You will be inclined perhaps to enquire whether I can easily raise the purchase money. My estate, it is true, is almost entirely in land, though I have some money out at interest; but I shall find no difficulty in borrowing any sum I may want. I can get it from my wife's mother, whose purse I may use with the same freedom as my own, so that you need not trouble yourself at all upon that point, should you have no other objections, which I should like you very carefully to consider; for, as in everything else, so, particularly in matters of economy, no man has more judgment and experience than yourself. Farewell. Letter XXXVII To Cornelius Priscus. I have just heard of Valerius Martial's death, which gives me great concern. He was a man of an acute and lively genius, and his writings abound in equal wit, satire, and kindliness. On his leaving Rome I made him a present to defray his travelling expenses, which I gave him not only as a testimony of friendship, but also in return for the verses with which he had complimented me. It was the custom of the ancients to distinguish those poets with honours or pecuniary rewards who had celebrated particular individuals or cities in their verses; but this good custom, along with every other fair and noble one, has grown out of fashion now, and in consequence of our having ceased to act laudably, we consider praise a folly and impertinence. You may perhaps be curious to see the verses which merited this acknowledgment from me, and I believe I can, from memory, partly satisfy your curiosity, without referring you to his works; but if you should be pleased with this specimen of them, you must turn to his poems for the rest. He addresses himself to his Muse, whom he directs to go to my house upon the Esquiline, but to approach it with respect. Go, wanton Muse, but go with care, nor meet, ill-timed, my Pliny's ear. He, by sage Minerva taught, gives the day to studious thought, and plans that eloquence divine, which shall to future ages shine, and rival wondrous Tully thine. Then, cautious, watch the vacant hour, when Bacchus reigns in all his power, when crowned with rosy chaplets gay, Cato's might read my frolic lay. Do you not think that the poet who wrote of me in such terms deserved some friendly marks on my bounty then, and of my sorrow now? For he gave me the very best he had to bestow, and would have given more, had it been in his power; though indeed what can a man have conferred on him more valuable than the honour of never fading praise? But his poems will not long survive their author, at least I think not, though he wrote them in the expectation of their doing so. Farewell. Letter XXXVIII To Fabatus, his wife's grandfather. You have long desired a visit from your granddaughter accompanied by me. Nothing, be assured, could be more agreeable to either of us, for we equally wish to see you, and are determined to delay that pleasure no longer. For this purpose we are already packing up, and hastening to you with all the speed the roads will permit of. We shall make only one, short, stoppage, for we intend turning a little out of our way to go into Tuscany, not for the sake of looking upon our estate, and into our family concerns, which we can postpone to another opportunity, but to perform an indispensable duty. There is a town near my estate, called Tifernum upon the Tiber, which, with more affection than wisdom, put itself under my patronage when I was yet a youth. These people celebrate my arrival among them, express the greatest concern when I leave them, and have public rejoicings whenever they hear of my preferments. By way of requiting their kindnesses, for what generous mind can bear to be excelled in acts of friendship, I have built a temple in this place, at my own expense, and as it is finished, it would be a sort of impiety to put off its dedication any longer. So we shall be there on the day on which that ceremony is to be performed, and I have resolved to celebrate it with a general feast. We may possibly stay on there for all the next day, but shall make so much the greater haste in our journey afterwards. May we have the happiness to find you and your daughter in good health. In good spirits I'm sure we shall, should we get to you all safely. Farewell. Letter XXXIX. To Attius Clemens. Regulus has lost his son, the only undeserved misfortune which could have befallen him, in that I doubt whether he thinks it a misfortune. The boy had quick parts, but there was no telling how he might turn out. However, he seemed capable enough of going right, were he not to grow up like his father. Regulus gave him his freedom, in order to entitle him to the estate left him by his mother, and when he got into possession of it, I speak of the current rumours based upon the character of the man, fawned upon the lad with a disgusting show of fond affection which in a parent was utterly out of place. You may hardly think this credible, but then consider what Regulus is. However, he now expresses his concern for the loss of this youth in a most extravagant manner. The boy had a number of ponies for riding and driving, dogs both big and little, together with nightingales, parrots, and blackbirds in abundance. All these Regulus slew round the funeral pyre. It was not grief, but an ostentatious parade of grief. He is visited upon this occasion by a surprising number of people, who all hate and detest the man, and yet are as assiduous in their attendance upon him as if they really esteemed and loved him. And to give you my opinion in a word, in endeavouring to do Regulus a kindness, make themselves exactly like him. He keeps himself in his park on the other side the Tiber, where he has covered a vast extent of ground with his porticos, and crowded all the shore with his statues, for he unites prodigality with excessive covetousness, and vainglory with the height of infamy. At this very unhealthy time of year he is boring society, and he feels pleasure and consolation in being a bore. He says he wishes to marry, a piece of perversity like all his other conduct. You must expect, therefore, to hear shortly of the marriage of this mourner, the marriage of this old man, too early in the former case, in the latter too late. You ask me why I conjecture this. Certainly not because he says so himself, for a greater liar never stepped, but because there is no doubt that Regulus will do whatever ought not to be done. Farewell. End of section 6. Section 7 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 40 to 49. Letter 40. To Catius Lepidus. I often tell you that there is a certain force of character about Regulus. It is wonderful how he carries through what he has set his mind to. He chose lately to be extremely concerned for the loss of his son. Accordingly, he mourned for him, as never man mourned before. He took it into his head to have an immense number of statues and pictures of him. Immediately all the artisans in Rome are set to work. Canvas, wax, brass, silver, gold, ivory, marble, all exhibit the figure of the young Regulus. Not long ago he read, before a numerous audience, a memoir of his son. A memoir of a mere boy. However, he read it. He wrote likewise a sort of circular letter to the several decurii, desiring them to choose out one of their order who had a strong clear voice, to read this eulogy to the people. It has been actually done. Now, had this force of character, or whatever else you may call a fixed determination in obtaining whatever one has a mind for, been rightly applied, what infinite good it might have effected! The misfortune is, there is less of this quality about good people than about bad people, and as ignorance begets rashness, and thoughtfulness produces deliberation, so modesty is apt to cripple the action of virtue, whilst confidence strengthens vice. Regulus is a case in point. He has a weak voice, an awkward delivery, an indistinct utterance, a slow imagination, and no memory. In a word, he possesses nothing but a sort of frantic energy, and yet, by the assistance of a flighty turn and much impudence, he passes as an orator. Herennius Senecio admirably reversed Cato's definition of an orator, and applied it to Regulus. An orator, he said, is a bad man, unskilled in the art of speaking. And really, Cato's definition is not a more exact description of a true orator than Senecio's is of the character of this man. Would you make me a suitable return for this letter? Let me know if you, or any of my friends in your town, have, like a stroller in the market-place, read this doleful production of Regulus's, raising, as Demosthenes says, your voice most merrily, and straining every muscle in your throat. For so absurd a performance must excite laughter rather than compassion, and indeed the composition is as puerile as the subject. Farewell. Letter 41. To Maturius Sarianus. My advancement to the dignity of augur is an honour that justly indeed merits your congratulations, not only because it is highly honourable to receive, even in the slightest instances, a testimony of the approbation of so wise and discreet a prince, but because it is moreover an ancient and religious institution which has this sacred and peculiar privilege annexed to it, that it is for life. Other sacerdotal offices, though they may perhaps be almost equal to this one in dignity, yet as they are given, so they may be taken away again. But fortune has no further power over this than to bestow it. What recommends this dignity still more highly is, that I have the honour to succeed so illustrious a person as Julius Frontinus. He for many years, upon the nomination day of proper persons to be received into the sacred college, constantly proposed me, as though he had a view to electing me as his successor. And since it actually proves so in the event, I am willing to look upon it as something more than mere accident. But the circumstance, it seems, that most pleases you in this affair is that Cicero enjoyed the same post, and you rejoice, you tell me, to find that I follow his steps as closely in the path of honours as I endeavour to do in that of eloquence. I wish, indeed, that as I had the advantage of being admitted earlier into the same order of priesthood, and into the consular office, than Cicero, that so I might, in my later years, catch some spark, at least, of his divine genius. The former, indeed, being at man's disposal, may be conferred on me and on many others, but the latter it is as presumptuous to hope for as it is difficult to reach, being in the gift of heaven alone. Farewell. Letter 42. To Statius Sabinus. Your letter informs me that Sabina, who appointed you and me her heirs, though she has nowhere expressly directed that Modestus shall have his freedom, yet has left him a legacy in the following words: I give, etc., to Modestus, whom I have ordered to have his freedom. Upon which you desire my opinion. I have consulted skilful lawyers upon the point, and they all agree Modestus is not entitled to his liberty, since it is not expressly given, and consequently that the legacy is void, as being bequeathed to a slave. But it evidently appears to be a mistake in the testatrix, and therefore I think we ought to act in this case as though Sabina had directed, in so many words, what, it is clear, she had ordered. I am persuaded you will go with me in this opinion, who so religiously regard the will of the deceased, which indeed, where it can be discovered, will always be law to honest heirs. Honour is to you and me as strong an obligation as the compulsion of law is to others. Let Modestus, then, enjoy his freedom and his legacy as fully as if Sabina had observed all the requisite forms, as indeed they effectually do who make a judicious choice of their heirs. Farewell. Letter 43. To Cornelius Minicianus. Have you heard? I suppose not yet, for the news has but just arrived, that Valerius Licinianus has become a professor in Sicily. This unfortunate person, who lately enjoyed the dignity of praetor, and was esteemed the most eloquent of our advocates, is now fallen from a senator to an exile, from an orator to a teacher of rhetoric. Accordingly, in his inaugural speech he uttered, sorrowfully and solemnly, the following words: O Fortune, how capriciously dost thou sport with mankind! Thou makest rhetoricians of senators, and senators of rhetoricians. A sarcasm so poignant and full of gall that one might almost imagine he fixed upon this profession merely for the sake of an opportunity of applying it, and having made his first appearance in school clad in the Greek cloak, for exiles have no right to wear the toga, after arranging himself, and looking down upon his attire, I am, however, he said, going to declaim in Latin. You will think, perhaps, this situation, wretched and deplorable as it is what he well deserves for having stained the honourable profession of an orator with the crime of incest. It is true, indeed, he pleaded guilty to the charge, but whether from a consciousness of his guilt, or from an apprehension of worse consequences if he denied it, is not clear. For Domitian generally raged most furiously where his evidence failed him most hopelessly. That emperor had determined that Cornelia, chief of the Vestal Virgins, should be buried alive, from an extravagant notion that exemplary severities of this kind conferred lustre upon his reign. Accordingly, by virtue of his office as supreme pontiff, or rather in the exercise of a tyrant's cruelty, a despot's lawlessness, he convened the sacred college, not in the pontifical court where they usually assemble, but at his villa near Alba, and there, with a guilt no less heinous than that which he professed to be punishing, he condemned her, when she was not present to defend herself, on the charge of incest, while he himself had been guilty, not only of debauching his own brother's daughter, but was also accessory to her death. For that lady, being a widow, in order to conceal her shame, endeavoured to procure an abortion, and by that means lost her life. However, the priests were directed to see the sentence immediately executed upon Cornelia. As they were leading her to the place of execution, she called upon Vesta and the rest of the gods to attest her innocence, and amongst other exclamations frequently cried out, "Is it possible that Caesar can think me polluted, under the influence of whose sacred functions he has conquered and triumphed?" Whether she said this in flattery or derision, whether it proceeded from a consciousness of her innocence, or contempt of the emperor, is uncertain, but she continued exclaiming in this manner, till she came to the place of execution, to which she was led, whether innocent or guilty I cannot say, at all events with every appearance and demonstration of innocence. As she was being lowered down into the subterranean vault, her robe happening to catch upon something in the descent, she turned round and disengaged it, when, the executioner offering his assistance, she drew herself back with horror, refusing to be so much as touched by him, as though it were a defilement to her pure and unspotted chastity, still preserving the appearance of sanctity up to the last moment, and among all the other instances of her modesty, she took great care to fall with decency. Celer likewise, a Roman knight, who was accused of an intrigue with her, while they were scourging him with rods in the forum, persisted in exclaiming, "What have I done? I have done nothing." These declarations of innocence had exasperated Domitian exceedingly, as imputing to him acts of cruelty and injustice. Accordingly, Licinianus, being seized by the emperor's orders for having concealed a freedwoman of Cornelia's in one of his estates, was advised, by those who took him in charge, to confess the fact, if he hoped to obtain a remission of his punishment. Circumstance to add further, that a young nobleman, having had his tunic torn, an ordinary occurrence in a crowd, stood with his gown thrown over him to hear me, and that during the 7 hours I was speaking, whilst my success more than counterbalanced the fatigue of so long a speech. So let us set to, and not screen our own indolence under pretence of that of the public. Never, be very sure of that, will there be wanting hearers and readers, so long as we can only supply them with speakers and writers worth their attention. Farewell. Letter 45. To Asinius. You advise me, nay, you entreat me, to undertake, in her absence, the cause of Corellia, against Caius Caecilius, consul elect. For your advice I am grateful. Of your entreaty I really must complain. Without the first, indeed, I should have been ignorant of this affair, but the last was unnecessary, as I need no solicitations to comply, where it would be ungenerous in me to refuse. For can I hesitate a moment to take upon myself the protection of a daughter of Corellius? It is true indeed, though there is no particular intimacy between her adversary and myself, still we are upon good enough terms. It is also true that he is a person of rank, and one who has a high claim upon my especial regard, as destined to enter upon an office which I have had the honour to fill, and it is natural for a man to be desirous those dignities should be held in the highest esteem which he himself once possessed. Yet all these considerations appear indifferent and trifling, when I reflect that it is the daughter of Corellius whom I am to defend, the memory of that excellent person, than whom this age has not produced a man of greater dignity, rectitude, and acuteness, is indelibly imprinted upon my mind. My regard for him sprang from my admiration of the man, and contrary to what is usually the case, my admiration increased upon a thorough knowledge of him, and indeed I did know him thoroughly, for he kept nothing back from me, whether gay or serious, sad or joyous. When he was but a youth, he esteemed, and, I will even venture to say, revered me as if I had been his equal. When I solicited any post of honour, he supported me with his interest, and recommended me with his testimony. When I entered upon it, he was my introducer and my companion. When I exercised it, he was my guide and my counsellor. In a word, whenever my interest was concerned, he exerted himself, in spite of his weakness and declining years, with as much alacrity as though he was still young and lusty. In private, in public, and at court, how often has he advanced and supported my credit and interest! It happened once that the conversation, in the presence of the Emperor Nerva, turned upon the promising young men of that time, and several of the company present were pleased to mention me with applause. He sat for a little while silent, which gave what he said the greater weight, and then, with that air of dignity to which you are no stranger, "I must be reserved," said he, "in my praises of Pliny, because he does nothing without advice," by which single sentence he bestowed upon me more than my most extravagant wishes could aspire to, as he represented my conduct to be always such as wisdom must approve, since it was wholly under the direction of one of the wisest of men. Even in his last moments he said to his daughter, as she often mentions, "I have, in the course of a long life, raised up many friends to you, but there are none in whom you may more assuredly confide than Pliny and Cornutus," a circumstance I cannot reflect upon without being deeply sensible how incumbent it is upon me to endeavour not to disappoint the confidence so excellent a judge of human nature reposed in me. I shall therefore most readily give my assistance to Corellia in this affair, and willingly risk any displeasure I may incur by appearing in her behalf, though I should imagine, if in the course of my pleadings I should find an opportunity to explain and enforce more fully and at large than the limits of a letter allow of, the reasons I have here mentioned, upon which I rest at once my apology and my glory, her adversary, whose suit may perhaps, as you say, be entirely without precedent, as it is against a woman, will not only excuse, but approve my conduct. Farewell. Letter 46. To Hispulla. As you are a model of all virtue, and loved your late excellent brother, who had such a fondness for you, with an affection equal to his own, regarding too his daughter as your child, not only showing her an aunt's tenderness, but supplying the place of the parent she had lost, I know it will give you the greatest pleasure and joy to hear that she proves worthy of her father, her grandfather, and yourself. She possesses an excellent understanding, together with a consummate prudence, and gives the strongest evidence of the purity of her heart by her fondness of her husband. Her affection for me, moreover, has given her a taste for books, and my productions, which she takes a pleasure in reading, and even in getting by heart, are continually in her hands. How full of tender anxiety is she when I am going to speak in any case! How rejoiced she feels when it is got through! While I am pleading, she stations persons to inform her from time to time how I am heard, what applauses I receive, and what success attends the case. When I recite my works at any time, she conceals herself behind some curtain, and drinks in my praises with greedy ears. She sings my verses too, adapting them to her lyre, with no other master but love, that best of instructors, for her guide. From these happy circumstances I derive my surest hopes that the harmony between us will increase with our days, and be as lasting as our lives. For it is not my youth or person, which time gradually impairs, it is my honour and glory that she cares for. But what less could be expected from one who was trained by your hands, and formed by your instructions, who was early familiarized under your roof with all that is pure and virtuous, and who learnt to love me first through your praises, and as you revered my mother with all the respect due even to a parent, so you kindly directed and encouraged my tender years, presaging from that early period all that my wife now fondly imagines I really am. Accept, therefore, of our mutual thanks, mine for your giving me her, hers for your giving her me, for you have chosen us out, as it were, for each other. Farewell. Letter 47. To Romatius Phasaelus. Look here, the next time the court sits, you must, at all events, take your place there. In vain would your indolence repose itself under my protection, for there is no absenting oneself with impunity. Look at that severe, determined praetor Licinius Nepos, who fined even a senator for the same neglect. The senator pleaded his cause in person, but in suppliant tone. The fine, it is true, was remitted, but sore was his dismay, humble his intercession, and he had to ask pardon. All praetors are not so severe as that. You will reply, you are mistaken. For though indeed to be the author and reviver of an example of this kind may be an act of severity, yet, once introduced, even lenity herself may follow the precedent. Farewell. Letter 48. To Licinius Sura. I have brought you, as a little present out of the country, a query which well deserves the consideration of your extensive knowledge. There is a spring which rises in a neighbouring mountain, and running among the rocks is received into a little banqueting room, artificially formed for that purpose, from whence, after being detained a short time, it falls into the Larian lake. The nature of this spring is extremely curious. It ebbs and flows regularly 3 times a day. The increase and decrease is plainly visible, and exceedingly interesting to observe. You sit down by the side of the fountain, and while you are taking a repast and drinking its water, which is extremely cool, you see it gradually rise and fall. If you place a ring, or anything else at the bottom when it is dry, the water creeps gradually up, first gently washing, finally covering it entirely, and then, little by little, subsides again. If you wait long enough, you may see it thus alternately advance and recede 3 successive times. Shall we say that some secret current of air stops and opens the fountain head, first rushing in and checking the flow, and then, driven back by the counter-resistance of the water, escaping again, as we see in bottles and other vessels of that nature, where, there not being a free and open passage, though you turn their necks perpendicularly or obliquely downwards, yet the outward air obstructing the vent, they discharge their contents, as it were, by starts. Or, may not this small collection of water be successively contracted and enlarged upon the same principle as the ebb and flow of the sea? Or, again, as those rivers which discharge themselves into the sea, meeting with contrary winds than the swell of the ocean, are forced back in their channels, so, in the same way, may there not be something that checks this fountain for a time in its progress? Or is there rather a certain reservoir that contains these waters in the bowels of the earth, and while it is recruiting its discharges, the stream in consequence flows more slowly and in less quantity, but, when it has collected its due measure, runs on again in its usual strength and fullness? Or lastly, is there, I know not what kind of subterranean counterpoise, that throws up the water when the fountain is dry, and keeps it back when it is full? You, who are so well qualified for the inquiry, will examine into the causes of this wonderful phenomenon. It will be sufficient for me if I have given you an adequate description of it. Farewell. Letter 49. To Annius Severus. A small legacy was lately left me, yet one more acceptable than a far larger bequest would have been. How more acceptable than a far larger one? In this way. Pomponia Gratilla, having disinherited her son Assidius Curianus, appointed me one of her heirs, and Sertorius Severus, of praetorian rank, together with several eminent Roman knights, co-heirs along with me. The son applied to me to give him my share of the inheritance, in order to use my name as an example to the rest of the joint heirs, but offered at the same time to enter into a secret agreement to return me my proportion. I told him, it was by no means agreeable to my character to seem to act one way, while in reality I was acting another. Besides, it was not quite honourable making presents to a man of his fortune, who had no children. In a word, this would not at all answer the purpose at which he was aiming, whereas, if I were to withdraw my claim, it might be of some service to him, and this I was ready and willing to do, if he could clearly prove to me that he was unjustly disinherited. Do then, he said, be my arbitrator in this case. After a short pause, I answered him, I will, for I don't see why I should not have as good an opinion of my own impartial disinterestedness as you seem to have. But, mind, I am not to be prevailed upon to decide the point in question against your mother, if it should appear she had just reason for what she has done. As you please, he replied, which I am sure is always to act according to justice. I called in as my assistants Corellius and Frontinus, two of the very best lawyers Rome at that time afforded. With these in attendance I heard the case in my own chamber. Curianus said everything which he thought would favour his pretensions, to whom, there being nobody but myself to defend the character of the deceased, I made a short reply, after which I retired with my friends to deliberate, and, being agreed upon our verdict, I said to him, Curianus, it is our opinion that your conduct has justly drawn upon you your mother's displeasure. Some time afterwards Curianus commenced a suit in the court of the 100 against all the co-heirs, except myself. The day appointed for the trial approaching, the rest of the co-heirs were anxious to compromise the affair and have done with it, not out of any diffidence of their cause, but from a distrust of the times. They were apprehensive of what had happened to many others happening to them, and that from a civil suit it might end in a criminal one, as there were some among them to whom the friendship of Gratilla and Rusticus might be extremely prejudicial. They therefore desired me to go and talk with Curianus. We met in the Temple of Concord. Now supposing, I said, your mother had left you the fourth part of her estate, or even suppose she had made you sole heir, but had exhausted so much of the estate in legacies that there would not be more than a fourth part remaining to you, could you justly complain? You ought to be content, therefore, if, being absolutely disinherited as you are, the heirs are willing to relinquish to you a fourth part, which, however, I will increase by contributing my proportion. You know you did not commence any suit against me, and 2 years have now elapsed, which gives me legal and indisputable possession. But to induce you to agree to the proposals on the part of the other co-heirs, and that you may be no sufferer by the peculiar respect you show me, I offer to advance my proportion with them. The silent approval of my own conscience is not the only result out of this transaction. It has contributed also to the honour of my character, for it is this same Curianus who has left me the legacy I have mentioned in the beginning of my letter, and I received it as a very notable mark of his approbation of my conduct, if I do not flatter myself. I have written and told you of this, because in all my joys and sorrows I am wont to look upon you as myself, and I thought it would be unkind not to communicate to so tender a friend whatever occasions me a sensible gratification. For I am not philosopher enough to be indifferent, when I think I have acted like an honourable man, whether my actions meet with that approval, which is in some sort their due. Farewell. End of section 7. Section 8 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 50 to 53. Letter 50. To Titius Aristo. Among the many agreeable and obliging instances I have received of your friendship, your not concealing from me the long conversations which lately took place at your house concerning my verses, and the various judgments passed upon them, which served to prolong the talk, is by no means the least. There were some, it seems, who did not disapprove of my poems in themselves, but at the same time censured me in a free and friendly way for employing myself in composing and reciting them. I am so far, however, from desiring to extenuate the charge, that I willingly acknowledge myself still more deserving of it, and confess that I sometimes amuse myself with writing verses of the gayer sort. I compose comedies, divert myself with pantomimes, read the lyric poets, and enter into the spirit of the most wanton muse. Besides that, I indulge myself sometimes in laughter, mirth, and frolic, and, to sum up every kind of innocent relaxation in one word, I am a man. I am not in the least offended, though, at their low opinion of my morals, and that those who are ignorant of the fact that the most learned, the wisest, and the best of men have employed themselves in the same way, should be surprised at the tone of my writings. But from those who know what noble and numerous examples I follow, I shall, I am confident, easily obtain permission to err with those whom it is an honour to imitate, not only in their most serious occupations, but their lightest triflings. Is it unbecoming me, I will not name any living example lest I should seem to flatter, But is it unbecoming me to practise what became Tully, Calvus, Pollio, Messala, Hortensius, Brutus, Sulla, Catullus, Scaevola, Sulpicius, Varro, the Torquati, Memmius, Gatulicus, Seneca, Lucaeus, and, within our own memory, Virginius Rufus? But if the examples of private men are not sufficient to justify me, I can cite Julius Caesar, Augustus, Nerva, and Tiberius Caesar. I forbear to add Nero to the catalogue, though I am aware that what is practised by the worst of men does not therefore degenerate into wrong. On the contrary, it still maintains its credit, if frequently countenanced by the best. In that number, Virgil, Cornelius Nepos, and prior to these, Ennius and Attius justly deserve the most distinguished place. These last indeed were not senators, but goodness knows no distinction of rank or title. I recite my works, it is true, and in this instance I am not sure I can support myself by their examples. They, perhaps, might be satisfied with their own judgment, but I have too humble an opinion of mine to suppose my compositions perfect, because they appear so to my own mind. My reason then for reciting are, that, for one thing, there is a certain deference for one's audience, which excites a somewhat more vigorous application, and then again I have by this means an opportunity of settling any doubts I may have concerning my performance, by observing the general opinion of the audience. In a word, I have the advantage of receiving different hints from different persons, and although they should not declare their meaning in express terms, yet the expression of the countenance, the movement of the head, the eyes, the motion of a hand, a whisper, or even silence itself, will easily distinguish their real opinion from the language of politeness. And so if any one of my audience should have the curiosity to read over the same performance which he heard me read, he may find several things altered or omitted, and perhaps too upon his particular judgment, though he did not say a single word to me. But I am not defending my conduct in this particular, as if I had actually recited my works in public, and not in my own house before my friends, a numerous appearance of whom has upon many occasions been held an honour, but never, surely, a reproach. Farewell. Letter 51. To Nonius Maximus. I am deeply afflicted with the news I have received of the death of Fannius. In the first place, because I loved one so eloquent and refined. In the next, because I was accustomed to be guided by his judgment, and indeed he possessed great natural acuteness, improved by practice, rendering him able to see a thing in an instant. There are some circumstances about his death which aggravate my concern. He left behind him a will, which had been made a considerable time before his decease, by which it happens that his estate is fallen into the hands of those who had incurred his displeasure, whilst his greatest favourites are excluded. But what I particularly regret is, that he has left unfinished a very noble work in which he was employed. Notwithstanding his full practice at the bar, he had begun a history of those persons who were put to death or banished by Nero, and completed 3 books of it. They are written with great elegance and precision. The style is pure, and preserves a proper medium between the plain narrative and the historical, and as they were very favourably received by the public, he was the more desirous of being able to finish the rest. The hand of death is ever, in my opinion, too untimely and sudden, when it falls upon such as are employed in some immortal work. The sons of sensuality, who have no outlook beyond the present hour, put an end every day to all motives for living, but those who look forward to posterity, and endeavour to transmit their names with honour to future generations by their works, to such death is always immature, as it still snatches them from amidst some unfinished design. Fannius, long before his death, had a presentiment of what has happened. He dreamed one night that as he was lying on his couch, in an undress, all ready for his work, and with his desk as usual in front of him, Nero entered, and placing himself by his side, took up the 3 first books of this history, which he read through, and then departed. This dream greatly alarmed him, and he regarded it as an intimation that he should not carry on his history any further than Nero had read, and so the event has proved. I cannot reflect upon this accident without lamenting that he was prevented from accomplishing a work which had cost him so many toilsome vigils, as it suggests to me, at the same time, reflections on my own mortality and the fate of my writings. And I am persuaded the same apprehensions alarm you for those in which you are at present employed. Let us then, my friend, while life permits, exert all our endeavours, that death, whenever it arrives, may find as little as possible to destroy. Farewell. Letter 52. To Domitius Apollinaris. The kind concern you expressed on hearing of my design to pass the summer at my villa in Tuscany, and your obliging endeavours to dissuade me from going to a place which you think unhealthy, are extremely pleasing to me. It is quite true indeed, that the air of that part of Tuscany which lies towards the coast is thick and unwholesome, but my house stands at a good distance from the sea, under one of the Apennines, which are singularly healthy. But, to relieve you from all anxiety on my account, I will give you a description of the temperature of the climate, the situation of the country, and the beauty of my villa, which, I am persuaded, you will hear with as much pleasure as I shall take in giving it. The air in winter is sharp and frosty, so that myrtles, olives, and trees of that kind which delight in constant warmth will not flourish here. But the laurel thrives, and is remarkably beautiful, though now and then the cold kills it, though not oftener than it does in the neighbourhood of Rome. The summers are extraordinarily mild, and there is always a refreshing breeze, seldom high winds. This accounts for the number of old men we have about. You would see grandfathers and great-grandfathers of those now grown up to be young men, hear old stories and the dialect of our ancestors, and fancy yourself born in some former age were you to come here. The character of the country is exceedingly beautiful. Picture to yourself an immense amphitheatre, such as nature only could create. Before you lies a broad, extended plain bounded by a range of mountains whose summits are covered with tall and ancient woods, which are stocked with all kinds of game. The descending slopes of the mountains are planted with underwood, among which are a number of little risings with a rich soil, on which hardly a stone is to be found. In fruitfulness they are quite equal to a valley, and though their harvest is rather later, their crops are just as good. At the foot of these, on the mountain-side, the eye, wherever it turns, runs along one unbroken stretch of vineyards, terminated by a belt of shrubs. Next you have meadows and the open plain. The arable land is so stiff that it is necessary to go over it 9 times with the biggest oxen and the strongest ploughs. The meadows are bright with flowers, and produce trefoil and other kinds of herbage as fine and tender as if it were but just sprung up, for all the soil is refreshed by never-failing streams. But though there is plenty of water, there are no marshes, for the ground being on a slope, whatever water it receives without absorbing runs off into the Tiber. This river, which winds through the middle of the meadows, is navigable only in the winter and spring, at which seasons it transports the produce of the lands to Rome, but in summer it sinks below its banks, leaving the name of a great river to an almost empty channel. Towards the autumn, however, it begins again to renew its claim to that title. You would be charmed by taking a view of this country from the top of one of our neighbouring mountains, and would fancy that not a real, but some imaginary landscape, painted by the most exquisite pencil, lay before you. Such an harmonious variety of beautiful objects meets the eye, whichever way it turns. My house, although at the foot of a hill, commands as good a view as if it stood on its brow. Yet you approach by so gentle and gradual a rise that you find yourself on high ground, without perceiving you have been making an ascent. Behind, but at a great distance, is the Apennine range. In the calmest days we get cool breezes from that quarter, not sharp and cutting at all, being spent and broken by the long distance they have travelled. The greater part of the house has a southern aspect, and seems to invite the afternoon sun in summer, but rather earlier in the winter, into a broad and proportionately long portico, consisting of several rooms, particularly a court of antique fashion. In front of the portico is a sort of terrace, edged with box and shrubs cut into different shapes. You descend from the terrace by an easy slope adorned with the figures of animals in box, facing each other, to a lawn overspread with the soft, I had almost said the liquid, acanthus. This is surrounded by a walk enclosed with evergreens, shaped into a variety of forms. Beyond it is the gestatio laid out in the form of a circus running round the multiform box hedge and the dwarf trees, which are cut quite close. The whole is fenced in with a wall completely covered by box, cut into steps all the way up to the top. On the outside of the wall lies a meadow that owes as many beauties to nature as all I have been describing within does to art, at the end of which are open plain and numerous other meadows and copses. From the extremity of the portico a large dining room runs out, opening upon one end of the terrace, while from the windows there is a very extensive view over the meadows up into the country, and from these you also see the terrace and the projecting wing of the house, together with the woods enclosing the adjacent hippodrome. Almost opposite the centre of the portico, and rather to the back, stands a summer-house, enclosing a small area shaded by 4 plane trees, in the midst of which rises a marble fountain, which gently plays upon the roots of the plane trees, and upon the grass plots underneath them. This summer-house has a bedroom in it, free from every sort of noise, and which the light itself cannot penetrate, together with a common dining-room I use when I have none but intimate friends with me. A second portico looks upon this little area, and has the same view as the other I have just been describing. There is, besides, another room, which, being situate close to the nearest plane tree, enjoys a constant shade and green. Its sides are encrusted with carved marble up to the ceiling, while above the marble a foliage is painted with birds among the branches, which has an effect altogether as agreeable as that of the carving, at the foot of which a little fountain, playing through several small pipes into a vase it encloses, produces a most pleasing murmur. From a corner of the portico you enter a very large bedchamber opposite the large dining-room, which, from some of its windows, has a view of the terrace, and from others of the meadow, as those in the front look upon a cascade which entertains at once both the eye and the ear, for the water, dashing from a great height, foams over the marble basin which receives it below. This room is extremely warm in winter, lying much exposed to the sun, and on a cloudy day the heat of an adjoining stove very well supplies his absence. Leaving this room, you pass through a good-sized, pleasant, undressing room into the cold bath-room, in which is a large gloomy bath. But if you incline to swim more at large or in warmer water, in the middle of the area stands a wide basin for that purpose, and near it a reservoir from which you may be supplied with cold water to brace yourself again, if you should find you are too much relaxed by the warm. Adjoining the cold bath is one of a medium degree of heat, which enjoys the kindly warmth of the sun, but not so intensely as the hot bath, which projects further. This last consists of 3 several compartments, each of different degrees of heat. The 2 former lie open to the full sun; the latter, though not much exposed to its heat, receives an equal share of its light. Over the undressing room is built the tennis court, which admits of different kinds of games and different sets of players. Not far from the baths is the staircase leading to the enclosed portico, 3 rooms intervening. One of these looks out upon the little area with the 4 plane trees round it, the other upon the meadows, and from the third you have a view of several vineyards, so that each has a different one, and looks towards a different point of the heavens. At the upper end of the enclosed portico, and indeed taken off from it, is a room that looks out upon the hippodrome, the vineyards, and the mountains. Adjoining is a room which has a fuller exposure to the sun, especially in winter, and out of which runs another connecting the hippodrome with the house. This forms the front. On the side rises an enclosed portico, which not only looks out upon the vineyards, but seems almost to touch them. From the middle of this portico you enter a dining-room cooled by the wholesome breezes from the Apennine valleys. From the windows behind, which are extremely large, there is a close view of the vineyards, and from the folding doors through the summer portico. Along that side of the dining-room, where there are no windows, runs a private staircase, for greater convenience in serving up when I give an entertainment. At the further end is a sleeping-room, with a look-out upon the vineyards, and, what is equally agreeable, the portico. Underneath this room is an enclosed portico resembling a grotto, which, enjoying in the midst of summer heats its own natural coolness, neither admits nor wants external air. After you have passed both these porticos, at the end of the dining-room stands a third, which, according as the day is more or less advanced, serves either for winter or summer use. It leads to 2 different apartments, one containing 4 chambers, the other 3, which enjoy by turns both sun and shade. This arrangement of the different parts of my house is exceedingly pleasant, though it is not to be compared with the beauty of the hippodrome, lying entirely open in the middle of the grounds, so that the eye, upon your first entrance, takes it in entire in one view. It is set round with plane trees covered with ivy, so that while their tops flourish with their own green, towards the roots their verdure is borrowed from the ivy that twines round the trunk and branches, spreads from tree to tree, and connects them together. Between each plane tree are planted box trees, and behind these stands a grove of laurels which blend their shade with that of the planes. This straight boundary to the hippodrome alters its shape at the further end, bending into a semicircle, which is planted round, shut in with cypresses, and casts a deeper and gloomier shade, while the inner circular walks, for there are several, enjoying an open exposure, are filled with plenty of roses, and correct, by a very pleasant contrast, the coolness of the shade with the warmth of the sun. Having passed through these several winding alleys, you enter a straight walk, which breaks out into a variety of others, partitioned off by box-row hedges. In one place you have a little meadow, in another the box is cut in 1,000 different forms, sometimes into letters, expressing the master's name, sometimes the artificer's, whilst here and there rise little obelisks with fruit trees alternately intermixed, and then on a sudden, in the midst of this elegant regularity, you are surprised with an imitation of the negligent beauties of rural nature. In the centre of this lies a spot adorned with a knot of dwarf plane trees. Beyond these stands an acacia, smooth and bending in places, then again various other shapes and names. At the upper end is an alcove of white marble, shaded with vines and supported by 4 small Carystian columns. From this semicircular couch the water, gushing up through several little pipes, as though pressed out by the weight of the persons who recline themselves upon it, falls into a stone cistern underneath, from whence it is received into a fine polished marble basin, so skilfully contrived that it is always full, without ever overflowing. When I sup here, this basin serves as a table, the larger sort of dishes being placed round the margin, while the smaller ones swim about in the form of vessels and waterfowl. Opposite this is a fountain which is incessantly emptying and filling, for the water which it throws up to a great height, falling back again into it, is by means of consecutive apertures returned as fast as it is received, facing the alcove, and reflecting upon it as great an ornament as it borrows from it, stands a summer-house of exquisite marble, the doors of which project and open into a green enclosure, while from its upper and lower windows the eye falls upon a variety of different greens. Next to this is a little private closet, which, though it seems distinct, may form part of the same room, furnished with a couch, and notwithstanding it has windows on every side, yet it enjoys a very agreeable gloom, by means of a spreading vine which climbs to the top, and entirely overshadows it. Here you may lie and fancy yourself in a wood, with this only difference, that you are not exposed to the weather as you would be there. Here too a fountain rises and instantly disappears. Several marble seats are set in different places, which are as pleasant as the summer-house itself, after one is tired out with walking. Near each is a little fountain, and throughout the whole hippodrome several small rills run murmuring along through pipes, wherever the hand of art has thought proper to conduct them, watering here and there different plots of green, and sometimes all parts at once. I should have ended before now, for fear of being too chatty, had I not proposed in this letter to lead you into every corner of my house and gardens. Nor did I apprehend your thinking it a trouble to read the description of a place which I feel sure would please you, were you to see it, especially as you can stop just when you please, and by throwing aside my letter, sit down as it were, and give yourself a rest as often as you think proper. Besides, I gave my little passion indulgence, for I have a passion for what I have built, or finished, myself. In a word, for why should I conceal from my friend either my deliberate opinion or my prejudice? I look upon it as the first duty of every writer to frequently glance over his title page, and consider well the subject he has proposed to himself; and he may be sure, if he dwells on his subject, he cannot justly be thought tedious; whereas if, on the contrary, he introduces and drags in anything irrelevant, he will be thought exceedingly so. Homer, you know, has employed many verses in the description of the arms of Achilles, as Virgil has also in those of Aeneas, yet neither of them is prolix, because they each keep within the limits of their original design. Aratus, you observe, is not considered too circumstantial, though he traces and enumerates the minutest stars, for he does not go out of his way for that purpose, but only follows where his subject leads him. In the same way, to compare small things with great, so long as, in endeavouring to give you an idea of my house, I have not introduced anything irrelevant or superfluous, it is not my letter which describes, but my villa which is described, that is to be considered large. But to return to where I began, lest I should justly be condemned by my own law, if I continue longer in this digression, you see now the reasons why I prefer my Tuscan villa to those which I possess at Tusculum, Tiber, and Praeneste. Besides the advantages already mentioned, I enjoy here a cosier, more profound and undisturbed retirement than anywhere else, as I am at a greater distance from the business of the town and the interruption of troublesome clients. All is calm and composed, which circumstances contribute no less than its clear air and unclouded sky to that health of body and mind I particularly enjoy in this place, both of which I keep in full swing by study and hunting. And indeed there is no place which agrees better with my family. At least I am sure I have not yet lost one, may the expression be allowed, of all those I brought here with me. And may the gods continue that happiness to me, and that honour to my villa. Farewell. Letter 53. To Calvisius. It is certain the law does not allow a corporate city to inherit any estate by will, or to receive a legacy. Saturninus, however, who has appointed me his heir, had left a fourth part of his estate to our corporation of Comum. Afterwards, instead of a fourth part, he bequeathed 400,000 sesterces. This bequest, in the eye of the law, is null and void, but, considered as the clear and express will of the deceased, ought to stand firm and valid. Myself, I consider the will of the dead, though I am afraid what I say will not please the lawyers, of higher authority than the law, especially when the interest of one's native country is concerned. Ought I, who made them a present of 1,100,000 sesterces out of my own patrimony, to withhold a benefaction of little more than a third part of that sum, out of an estate which has come quite by a chance into my hands? You, who like a true patriot have the same affection for this our common country, will agree with me in opinion, I feel sure. I wish therefore you would, at the next meeting of the Decurii, acquaint them, just briefly and respectfully, as to how the law stands in this case, and then add that I offer them 400,000 sesterces, according to the direction in Saturninus's will. You will represent this donation as his present and his liberality. I only claim the merit of complying with his request. I did not trouble to write to their senate about this, fully relying as I do upon our intimate friendship and your wise discretion, and being quite satisfied that you are both able and willing to act for me upon this occasion as I would for myself. Besides, I was afraid I should not seem to have so cautiously guarded my expressions in a letter as you will be able to do in a speech. The countenance, the gesture, and even the tone of voice govern and determine the sense of the speaker, whereas a letter, being without these advantages, is more liable to malignant misinterpretation. Farewell. End of section 8. Section 9 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Letters 54 to 64. Letter 54 to Marcellinus. I write this to you in the deepest sorrow. The youngest daughter of my friend Fundanus is dead. I have never seen a more cheerful and more lovable girl, or one who better deserved to have enjoyed a long, I had almost said an immortal, life. She was scarcely 14, and yet there was in her a wisdom far beyond her years, a matronly gravity united with girlish sweetness and virgin bashfulness. With what an endearing fondness did she hang on her father's neck! How affectionately and modestly she used to greet us, his friends! With what a tender and deferential regard she used to treat her nurses, tutors, teachers, each in their respective offices! What an eager, industrious, intelligent reader she was! She took few amusements, and those with caution. How self-controlled, how patient, how brave she was under her last illness! She complied with all the directions of her physicians. She spoke cheerful, comforting words to her sister and her father, and when all her bodily strength was exhausted, the vigour of her mind sustained her. That indeed continued even to her last moments, unbroken by the pain of a long illness, or the terrors of approaching death, and it is a reflection which makes us miss her, and grieve that she has gone from us the more. O melancholy, untimely loss too truly! She was engaged to an excellent young man. The wedding day was fixed, and we were all invited. How our joy has been turned into sorrow! I cannot express in words the inward pain I felt when I heard Fundanus himself, as grief is ever finding out fresh circumstances to aggravate its affliction, ordering the money he had intended laying out upon clothes, pearls, and jewels for her marriage, to be employed in frankincense, ointments, and perfumes for her funeral. He is a man of great learning and good sense, who has applied himself from his earliest youth to the deeper studies and the fine arts, but all the maxims of fortitude which he has received from books, or advanced himself, he now absolutely rejects, and every other virtue of his heart gives place to all a parent's tenderness. You will excuse, you will even approve his grief, when you consider what he has lost. He has lost a daughter who resembled him in his manners as well as his person, and exactly copied out all her father. So, if you should think proper to write to him upon the subject of so reasonable a grief, let me remind you not to use the rougher arguments of consolation, and such as seem to carry a sort of reproof with them, but those of kind and sympathizing humanity. Time will render him more open to the dictates of reason, for as a fresh wound shrinks back from the hand of the surgeon, but by degrees submits to, and even seeks of its own accord the means of its cure, so a mind under the first impression of a misfortune shuns and rejects all consolations, but at length desires and is lulled by their gentle application. Farewell. Letter 55 to Spurinna. Knowing, as I do, how much you admire the polite arts, and what satisfaction you take in seeing young men of quality pursue the steps of their ancestors, I seize this earliest opportunity of informing you that I went to-day to hear Calpurnius Piso read a beautiful and scholarly production of his, entitled The Sports of Love. His numbers, which were elegiac, were tender, sweet, and flowing, at the same time that they occasionally rose to all the sublimity of diction which the nature of his subject required. He varied his style from the lofty to the simple, from the close to the copious, from the grave to the florid, with equal genius and judgment. These beauties were further recommended by a most harmonious voice, which a very becoming modesty rendered still more pleasing. A confusion and concern in the countenance of a speaker imparts a grace to all he utters, for diffidence, I know not how, is infinitely more engaging than assurance and self-sufficiency. I might mention several other circumstances to his advantage, which I am the more inclined to point out, as they are exceedingly striking in one of his age, and are most uncommon in a youth of his quality. But not to enter into a further detail of his merit, I will only add that, when he had finished his poem, I embraced him very heartily, and being persuaded that nothing is a greater encouragement than applause, I exhorted him to go on as he had begun, and to shine out to posterity with the same glorious lustre which was reflected upon him from his ancestors. I congratulated his excellent mother, and particularly his brother, who gained as much honour by the generous affection he manifested upon this occasion, as Calpurnius did by his eloquence. So remarkable a solicitude he showed for him when he began to recite his poem, and so much pleasure in his success. May the gods grant me frequent occasions of giving you accounts of this nature, for I have a partiality to the age in which I live, and should rejoice to find it not barren of merit. I ardently wish, therefore, our young men of quality would have something else to show of honourable memorial in their houses than the images of their ancestors. As for those which are placed in the mansion of these excellent youths, I now figure them to myself as silently applauding and encouraging their pursuits, and, what is a sufficient degree of honour to both brothers, as recognizing their kindred. Farewell. Letter 56 to Paulinus. As I know the humanity with which you treat your own servants, I have less reserve in confessing to you the indulgence I show to mine, I have ever in my mind that line of Homer's, who swayed his people with a father's love, and this expression of ours, father of a family. But were I harsher and harder than I really am by nature, the ill state of health of my freedman Zosimus, who has the stronger claim upon my tenderness in that he now stands in more especial need of it, would be sufficient to soften me. He is a good, honest fellow, attentive in his services and well read, but his chief talent, and indeed his distinguishing qualification, is that of a comedian, in which he highly excels. His pronunciation is distinct, correct in emphasis, pure and graceful. He has a very skilled touch, too, upon the lyre, and performs with better execution than is necessary for one of his profession. To this, I must add, he reads history, oratory, and poetry, as well as if these had been the sole objects of his study. I am the more particular in enumerating his qualifications, to let you see how many agreeable services I receive from this one servant alone. He is indeed endeared to me by the ties of a long affection, which are strengthened by the danger he is now in. For nature has so formed our hearts that nothing contributes more to incite and kindle affection than the fear of losing the object of it, a fear which I have suffered more than once on his account. Some years ago he strained himself so much by too strong an exertion of his voice, that he spit blood; upon which account I sent him into Egypt, from whence, after a long absence, belatedly returned with great benefit to his health. But having again exerted himself for several days together beyond his strength, he was reminded of his former malady by a slight return of his cough, and a spitting of blood. For this reason I intend to send him to your farm at Forum Julii, having frequently heard you mention it as a healthy air, and recommend the milk of that place as very salutary in disorders of this nature. I beg you would give directions to your people to receive him into your house, and to supply him with whatever he may have occasion for, which will not be much, for he is so sparing and abstemious as not only to abstain from delicacies, but even to deny himself the necessaries his ill state of health requires. I shall furnish him towards his journey with what will be sufficient for one of his moderate requirements, who is coming under your roof. Farewell. Letter 57. To Rufus. I went into the Julian court to hear those lawyers to whom, according to the last adjournment, I was to reply. The judges had taken their seats, the decemviri were arrived, the eyes of the audience were fixed upon the counsel, and all was hushed silence and expectation, when a messenger arrived from the praetor, and the 100 are at once dismissed, and the case postponed. An accident extremely agreeable to me, who am never so well prepared but that I am glad of gaining further time. The occasion of the court's rising thus abruptly was a short edict of Nepos, the praetor for criminal causes, in which he directed all persons concerned as plaintiffs or defendants in any cause before him to take notice that he designed strictly to put in force the decree of the Senate annexed to his edict, which decree was expressed in the following words: "All persons whosoever that have any lawsuits depending are hereby required and commanded, before any proceedings be had thereon, to take an oath that they have not given, promised, or engaged to give any fee or reward to any advocate upon account of his undertaking their cause." In these terms, and many others equally full and express, the lawyers were prohibited to make their professions venal. However, after the case is decided, they are permitted to accept a gratuity of 10,000 sesterces. The praetor for civil causes, being alarmed at this order of Nepos, gave us this unexpected holiday in order to take time to consider whether he should follow the example. Meanwhile the whole town is talking, and either approving or condemning this edict of Nepos. "We have got then at last," said the latter with a sneer, "a redresser of abuses. But pray, was there never a praetor before this man? Who is he then who sets up in this way for a public reformer?" Others, on the contrary, say, "He has done perfectly right upon his entry into office. He has paid obedience to the laws, considered the decrees of the Senate, repressed most indecent contracts, and will not suffer the most honourable of all professions to be debased into a sordid lucre traffic." This is what one hears all around one; but which side may prevail, the event will show. It is the usual method of the world, though a very unequitable rule of estimation, to pronounce an action either right or wrong, according as it is attended with good or ill success; in consequence of which you may hear the very same conduct attributed to zeal or folly, to liberty or licentiousness, upon different several occasions. Farewell. Letter 58 To Arrianus. Sometimes I miss Regulus in our courts. I cannot say I deplore his loss. The man, it must be owned, highly respected his profession, grew pale with study and anxiety over it, and used to write out his speeches, though he could not get them by heart. There was a practice he had of painting round his right or left eye, and wearing a white patch over one side or the other of his forehead, according as he was to plead either for the plaintiff or defendant, of consulting the soothsayers upon the issue of an action. Still, all this excessive superstition was really due to his extreme earnestness in his profession, and it was acceptable enough, being concerned in the same cause with him, as he always obtained full indulgence in point of time, and never failed to get an audience together. For what could be more convenient than, under the protection of a liberty which you did not ask yourself, and all the odium of the arrangement resting with another, and before an audience which you had not the trouble of collecting, to speak on at your ease, and as long as you thought proper? Nevertheless, Regulus did well in departing this life, though he would have done much better had he made his exit sooner. He might really have lived now without any danger to the public, in the reign of a prince under whom he would have had no opportunity of doing any harm. I need not scruple, therefore, I think, to say I sometimes miss him; for since his death the custom has prevailed of not allowing, nor indeed of asking, more than an hour or two to plead in, and sometimes not above half that time. The truth is, our advocates take more pleasure in finishing a cause than in defending it, and our judges had rather rise from the bench than sit upon it. Such is their indolence, and such their indifference to the honour of eloquence and the interest of justice. But are we wiser than our ancestors? Are we more equitable than the laws which grant so many hours and days of adjournments to a case? Were our forefathers slow of apprehension, and dull beyond measure? And are we clearer of speech, quicker in our conceptions, or more scrupulous in our decisions, because we get over our causes in fewer hours than they took days? O Regulus, it was by zeal in your profession that you secured an advantage which is but rarely given to the highest integrity. As for myself, whenever I sit upon the bench, which is much oftener than I appear at the bar, I always give the advocates as much time as they require; for I look upon it as highly presuming to pretend to guess, before a case is heard, what time it will require, and to set limits to an affair before one is acquainted with its extent; especially as the first and most sacred duty of a judge is patience, which constitutes an important part of justice. But this, it is objected, would give an opening to much superfluous matter. I grant it may. Yet is it not better to hear too much than not to hear enough? Besides, how shall you know that what an advocate has further to offer will be superfluous, until you have heard him? But this, and many other public abuses, will be best reserved for a conversation when we meet; for I know your affection to the commonwealth inclines you to wish that some means might be found out to check at least those grievances which would now be very difficult absolutely to remove. But to return to affairs of private concern, I hope all goes well in your family. Mine remains in its usual situation. The good which I enjoy grows more acceptable to me by its continuance, as habit renders me less sensible of the evils I suffer. Farewell. Letter 59. To Calpurnia. Never was business more disagreeable to me than when it prevented me not only from accompanying you when you went into Campania for your health, but from following you there soon after; for I want particularly to be with you now, that I may learn from my own eyes whether you are growing stronger and stouter, and whether the tranquillity, the amusements, and plenty of that charming country really agree with you. Were you in perfect health, yet I could ill support your absence, for even a moment's uncertainty of the welfare of those we tenderly love causes a feeling of suspense and anxiety; but now your sickness conspires with your absence to trouble me grievously with vague and various anxieties. I dread everything, fancy everything, and, as is natural to those who fear, conjure up the very things I most dread. Let me the more earnestly entreat you then to think of my anxiety, and write to me every day, and even twice a day. I shall be more easy at least while I am reading your letters, though when I have read them I shall immediately feel my fears again. Farewell. Letter 60. To Calpurnia. You kindly tell me my absence very sensibly affects you, and that your only consolation is in conversing with my works, which you frequently substitute in my stead. I am glad that you miss me. I am glad that you find some rest in these alleviations. In return, I read over your letters again and again, and am continually taking them up, as if I had just received them. But alas! this only stirs in me a keener longing for you; for how sweet must her conversation be whose letters have so many charms! Let me receive them, however, as often as possible, notwithstanding there is still a mixture of pain in the pleasure they afford me. Farewell. Letter 61. To Priscus. You know Attilius Crescens, and you love him. Who is there indeed of any rank or worth that does not? For myself, I profess to have a friendship for him far exceeding ordinary attachments of the world. Our native towns are separated only by a day's journey, and we got to care for each other when we were very young, the season for passionate friendships. Ours improved by years, and so far from being chilled, it was confirmed by our riper judgments, as those who know us best can witness. He takes pleasure in boasting everywhere of my friendship, as I do to let the world know that his reputation, his ease, and his interest are my peculiar concern; insomuch that upon his expressing to me some apprehension of insolent treatment from a certain person who was entering upon the tribuneship of the people, I could not forbear answering, "Long as Achilles breathes this vital air, to touch thy head no impious hand shall dare." What is my object in telling you these things? Why, to show you that I look upon every injury offered to Attilius as done to myself. But what is the object of all this? You repeat. You must know then, Valerius Varus, at his death, owed Attilius a sum of money. Though I am on friendly terms with Maximus, his heir, yet there is a closer friendship between him and you. I beg, therefore, and entreat you by the affection you have for me, to take care that Attilius is not only paid the capital which is due to him, but all the long arrears of interest too. He neither covets the property of others, nor neglects the care of his own; and as he is not engaged in any lucrative profession, he has nothing to depend upon but his own frugality. For as to literature, in which he greatly distinguishes himself, he pursues this merely from motives of pleasure and ambition. In such a situation the slightest loss presses hard upon a man, and the more so because he has no opportunities of repairing any injury done to his fortune. Remove then, I entreat you, our uneasiness, and suffer me still to enjoy the pleasure of his wit and bonhomie; for I cannot bear to see the cheerfulness of my friend overclouded, whose mirth and good humour dissipates every gloom of melancholy in myself. In short, you know what a pleasant entertaining fellow he is, and I hope you will not suffer any injury to engloom and embitter his disposition. You may judge by the warmth of his affection how severe his resentments would prove; for a generous and great mind can ill brook an injury when coupled with contempt. But though he could pass it over, yet cannot I. On the contrary, I shall regard it as a wrong and indignity done to myself, and resent it as one offered to my friend, that is, with double warmth. But, after all, why this air of threatening? Rather let me end in the same style in which I began, namely, by begging, entreating you so to act in this affair that neither Attilius may have reason to imagine, which I am exceedingly anxious he should not, that I neglect his interest, nor that I may have occasion to charge you with carelessness of mine, as undoubtedly I shall not, if you have the same regard for the latter as I have for the former. Farewell. Letter 62 to Albinus. I was lately at Alsium, where my mother-in-law has a villa which once belonged to Verginius Rufus. The place renewed in my mind the sorrowful remembrance of that great and excellent man. He was extremely fond of this retirement, and used to call it the nest of his old age. Whichever way I looked, I missed him, I felt his absence. I had an inclination to visit his monument, but I repented having seen it afterwards, for I found it still unfinished, and this, not from any difficulty residing in the work itself, for it is very plain, or rather indeed slight, but through the neglect of him to whose care it was entrusted. I could not see without a concern, mixed with indignation, the remains of a man whose fame filled the whole world, lie for 10 years after his death without an inscription or a name. He had, however, directed that the divine and immortal action of his life should be recorded upon his tomb in the following lines: "Here Rufus lies, who Vindex arms withstood, not for himself, but for his country's good. But faithful friends are so rare, and the dead so soon forgotten, that we shall be obliged ourselves to build even our very tombs, and anticipate the office of our heirs. For who is there that has no reason to fear for himself what we see has happened to Verginius, whose eminence and distinction, while rendering such treatment more shameful, so, in the same way, make it more notorious? Farewell. Letter 63. To Maximus. Oh, what a happy day I lately spent! I was called by the prefect of Rome to assist him in a certain case, and had the pleasure of hearing two excellent young men, Fuscus Salinator and Numidius Quadratus, plead on the opposite sides. Their worth is equal, and each of them will one day, I am persuaded, prove an ornament not only to the present age, but to literature itself. They evinced upon this occasion an admirable probity, supported by inflexible courage. Their dress was decent, their elocution distinct, their tones were manly, their memory retentive, their genius elevated, and guided by an equal solidity of judgment. I took infinite pleasure in observing them display these noble qualities, particularly as I had the satisfaction to see that, while they looked upon me as their guide and model, they appeared to the audience as my imitators and rivals. It was a day, I cannot but repeat it again, which afforded me the most exquisite happiness, and which I shall ever distinguish with the fairest mark. For what indeed could be either more pleasing to me on the public account than to observe two such noble youths building their fame and glory upon the polite arts, or more desirable upon my own than to be marked out as a worthy example to them in their pursuits of virtue? May the gods still grant me the continuance of that pleasure, and I implore the same gods, you are my witness, to make all these who think me deserving of imitation far better than I am. Farewell. Letter 64. To Romanus. You were not present at a very singular occurrence here lately. Neither was I, but the story reached me just after it had happened. Passienus Paulus, a Roman knight, of good family, and a man of peculiar learning and culture besides, composes elegies, a talent which runs in the family, for Propertius is reckoned by him amongst his ancestors, as well as being his countryman. He was lately reciting a poem which began thus: Priscus, at thy command. Whereupon Javelinus Priscus, who happened to be present as a particular friend of the poet's, cried out, "But he is mistaken, I did not command him." Think what laughter and merriment this occasioned. Priscus's wits, you must know, are reckoned rather unsound, though he takes a share in public business, is summoned to consultations, and even publicly acts as a lawyer, so that this behaviour of his was the more remarkable and ridiculous. Meanwhile, Paulus was a good deal disconcerted by his friend's absurdity. You see how necessary it is for those who are anxious to recite their works in public to take care that the audience, as well as the author, are perfectly sane. Farewell. End of section 9. Section 10 of Letters of Pliny by Pliny the Younger, translated by William Melmoth, revised by F.C.T. Bosanquet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Section 10. Letters 65 and 66. Letter 65. To Tacitus. Your request that I would send you an account of my uncle's death, in order to transmit a more exact relation of it to posterity, deserves my acknowledgments; for, if this accident shall be celebrated by your pen, the glory of it, I am well assured, will be rendered for ever illustrious. And notwithstanding he perished by a misfortune, which, as it involved at the same time a most beautiful country in ruins, and destroyed so many populous cities, seems to promise him an everlasting remembrance, notwithstanding he has himself composed many and lasting works. Yet I am persuaded the mentioning of him in your immortal writings will greatly contribute to render his name immortal. Happy I esteem those to be, to whom by provision of the gods has been granted the ability either to do such actions as are worthy of being related, or to relate them in a manner worthy of being read. But peculiarly happy are they who are blessed with both these uncommon talents, in the number of which my uncle, as his own writings and your history will evidently prove, may justly be ranked. It is with extreme willingness, therefore, that I execute your commands, and should indeed have claimed the task if you had not enjoined it. He was at that time with the fleet under his command at Misenum. On the 24th of August, about 1 in the afternoon, my mother desired him to observe a cloud which appeared of a very unusual size and shape. He had just taken a turn in the sun, and after bathing himself in cold water, and making a light luncheon, gone back to his books. He immediately arose and went out upon a rising ground from whence he might get a better sight of this very uncommon appearance. A cloud, from which mountain was uncertain at this distance, but it was found afterwards to come from Mount Vesuvius, was ascending, the appearance of which I cannot give you a more exact description of than by likening it to that of a pine tree, for it shot up to a great height in the form of a very tall trunk, which spread itself out at the top into a sort of branches, occasioned, I imagine, either by a sudden gust of air that impelled it, the force of which decreased as it advanced upwards, or the cloud itself, being pressed back again by its own weight, expanded in the manner I have mentioned. It appeared sometimes bright, and sometimes dark and spotted, according as it was either more or less impregnated with earth and cinders. This phenomenon seemed to a man of such learning and research as my uncle extraordinary, and worth further looking into. He ordered a light vessel to be got ready, and gave me leave, if I liked, to accompany him. I said I had rather go on with my work, and it so happened he had himself given me something to write out. As he was coming out of the house, he received a note from Rectina, the wife of Bassus, who was in the utmost alarm at the imminent danger which threatened her, for her villa, lying at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, there was no way of escape but by sea. She earnestly entreated him, therefore, to come to her assistance. He accordingly changed his first intention, and what he had begun from a philosophical, he now carries out in a noble and generous spirit. He ordered the galleys to be put to sea, and went himself on board with an intention of assisting not only Rectina, but the several other towns which lay thickly strewn along that beautiful coast. Hastening, then, to the place from whence others fled with the utmost terror, he steered his course direct to the point of danger, and with so much calmness and presence of mind as to be able to make and dictate his observations upon the motion and all the phenomena of that dreadful scene. He was now so close to the mountain that the cinders, which grew thicker and hotter the nearer he approached, fell into the ships, together with pumice stones, and black pieces of burning rock. They were in danger, too, not only of being aground by the sudden retreat of the sea, but also from the vast fragments which rolled down from the mountain, and obstructed all the shore. Here he stopped to consider whether he should turn back again, to which the pilot advising him, "Fortune," said he, "favours the brave; steer to where Pomponianus is." Pomponianus was then at Stabiae, separated by a bay which the sea, after several insensible windings, forms with the shore. He had already sent his baggage on board, for though he was not at that time in actual danger, yet being within sight of it, and indeed extremely near, if it should in the least increase, he was determined to put to sea as soon as the wind, which was blowing dead in shore, should go down. It was favourable, however, for carrying my uncle to Pomponianus, whom he found in the greatest consternation, he embraced him tenderly, encouraging and urging him to keep up his spirits, and, the more effectually to soothe his fears by seeming unconcerned himself, ordered a bath to be got ready, and then, after having bathed, sat down to supper with great cheerfulness, or at least, what is just as heroic, with every appearance of it. Meanwhile, broad flames shone out in several places from Mount Vesuvius, which the darkness of the night contributed to render still brighter and clearer. But my uncle, in order to soothe the apprehensions of his friend, assured him it was only the burning of the villages, which the country people had abandoned to the flames. After this he retired to rest, and it is most certain he was so little disquieted as to fall into a sound sleep, for his breathing, which, on account of his corpulence, was rather heavy and sonorous, was heard by the attendants outside. The court which led to his apartment being now almost filled with stones and ashes, if he had continued there any time longer it would have been impossible for him to have made his way out. So he was awoke, and got up, and went to Pomponianus and the rest of his company, who were feeling too anxious to think of going to bed. They consulted together whether it would be most prudent to trust the houses, which now rocked from side to side with frequent and violent concussions as though shaken from their very foundations, or fly to the open fields, where the calcined stones and cinders, though light indeed, yet fell in large showers, and threatened destruction. In this choice of dangers they resolved for the fields, a resolution which, while the rest of the company were hurried into by their fears, my uncle embraced upon cool and deliberate consideration. They went out then, having pillows tied upon their heads with napkins, and this was their whole defence against the storm of stones that fell round them. It was now day everywhere else, but there a deeper darkness prevailed than in the thickest night, which however was in some degree alleviated by torches and other lights of various kinds. They thought proper to go further down upon the shore to see if they might safely put out to sea, but found the waves still running extremely high and boisterous. There my uncle, laying himself down upon a sailcloth, which was spread for him, called twice for some cold water, which he drank, when immediately the flames, preceded by a strong whiff of sulphur, dispersed the rest of the party, and obliged him to rise. He raised himself up with the assistance of two of his servants, and instantly fell down dead, suffocated, as I conjecture, by some gross and noxious vapour, having always had a weak throat, which was often inflamed. As soon as it was light again, which was not till the third day after this melancholy accident, his body was found entire, and without any marks of violence upon it, in the dress in which he fell, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. During all this time my mother and I, who were at Misenum, but this has no connection with your history, and you did not desire any particulars besides those of my uncle's death, so I will end here, only adding that I have faithfully related to you what I was either an eyewitness of myself, or received immediately after the accident happened, and before there was time to vary the truth. You will pick out of this narrative whatever is most important, for a letter is one thing, a history another. It is one thing writing to a friend, another thing writing to the public. Farewell. Letter 66. To Cornelius Tacitus. The letter which, in compliance with your request, I wrote to you concerning the death of my uncle, has raised, it seems, your curiosity to know what terrors and dangers attended me, while I continued at Misenum, for there, I think, my account broke off. Though my shocked soul recoils, my tongue shall tell. My uncle having left us, I spent such time as was left on my studies. It was on their account indeed that I had stopped behind, till it was time for my bath. After which I went to supper, and then fell into a short and uneasy sleep. There had been noticed for many days before a trembling of the earth, which did not alarm us much, as this is quite an ordinary occurrence in Campania; but it was so particularly violent that night, that it not only shook, but actually overturned, as it would seem, everything about us. My mother rushed into my chamber, where she found me rising, in order to awaken her. We sat down in the open court of the house, which occupied a small space between the buildings and the sea. As I was at that time but 18 years of age, I know not whether I should call my behaviour, in this dangerous juncture, courage or folly, but I took up Livy, and amused myself with turning over that author, and even making extracts from him, as if I had been perfectly at my leisure. Just then a friend of my uncle's, who had lately come to him from Spain, joined us, and observing me sitting by my mother with a book in my hand, reproved her for her calmness, and me at the same time for my careless security. Nevertheless I went on with my author. Though it was now morning, the light was still exceedingly faint and doubtful, the buildings all around us tottered, and though we stood upon open ground, yet as the place was narrow and confined, there was no remaining without imminent danger. We therefore resolved to quit the town. A panic-stricken crowd followed us, and, as to a mind distracted with terror every suggestion seems more prudent than its own, pressed on us in dense array to drive us forward as we came out. Being at a convenient distance from the houses, we stood still, in the midst of a most dangerous and dreadful scene. The chariots, which we had ordered to be drawn out, were so agitated backwards and forwards, though upon the most level ground, that we could not keep them steady, even by supporting them with large stones. The sea seemed to roll back upon itself, and to be driven from its banks by the convulsive motion of the earth. It is certain at least the shore was considerably enlarged, and several sea animals were left upon it. On the other side a black and dreadful cloud, broken with rapid zigzag flashes, revealed behind it variously shaped masses of flame. These last were like sheet lightning, but much larger. Upon this our Spanish friend, whom I mentioned above, addressing himself to my mother and me with great energy and urgency, "If your brother," he said, "if your uncle be safe, he certainly wishes you may be so too. But if he perished, it was his desire, no doubt, that you might both survive him. Why therefore do you delay your escape a moment?" We could never think of our own safety, we said, while we were uncertain of his. Upon this our friend left us, and withdrew from the danger with the utmost precipitation. Soon afterwards the cloud began to descend and cover the sea. It had already surrounded and concealed the island of Capreae and the promontory of Misenum. My mother now besought, urged, even commanded me to make my escape at any rate, which, as I was young, I might easily do. As for herself, she said, her age and corpulency rendered all attempts of that sort impossible. However, she would willingly meet death if she could have the satisfaction of seeing that she was not the occasion of mine. But I absolutely refused to leave her, and, taking her by the hand, compelled her to go with me. She complied with great reluctance, and not without many reproaches to herself for retarding my flight. The ashes now began to fall upon us, though in no great quantity. I looked back. A dense, dark mist seemed to be following us, spreading itself over the country like a cloud. "Let us turn out of the high road," I said, "while we can still see, for fear that, should we fall in the road, we should be pressed to death in the dark by the crowds that are following us." We had scarcely sat down when night came upon us, not such as we have when the sky is cloudy, or when there is no moon, but that of a room when it is shut up, and all the lights put out. You might hear the shrieks of women, the screams of children, and the shouts of men, some calling for their children, others for their parents, others for their husbands, and seeking to recognize each other by the voices that replied, one lamenting his own fate, another that of his family, some wishing to die from the very fear of dying, some lifting their hands to the gods, but the greater part convinced that there were now no gods at all, and that the final, endless night of which we have heard had come upon the world. Among these there were some who augmented the real terrors by others imaginary or wilfully invented. I remember some who declared that one part of Misenum had fallen, that another was on fire. It was false, but they found people to believe them. It now grew rather lighter, which we imagined to be rather the forerunner of an approaching burst of flames, as in truth it was, than the return of day. However, the fire fell at a distance from us. Then again we were immersed in thick darkness, and a heavy shower of ashes rained upon us, which we were obliged every now and then to stand up to shake off. Otherwise we should have been crushed and buried in the heap. I might boast that, during all this scene of horror, not a sigh or expression of fear escaped me, had not my support been grounded in that miserable, though mighty, consolation, that all mankind were involved in the same calamity, and that I was perishing with the world itself. At last this dreadful darkness was dissipated by degrees, like a cloud or smoke. The real day returned, and even the sun shone out, though with a lurid light, like when an eclipse is coming on. Every object that presented itself to our eyes, which were extremely weakened, seemed changed, being covered deep with ashes as if with snow. We returned to Misenum, where we refreshed ourselves as well as we could, and passed an anxious night between hope and fear, though, indeed, with a much larger share of the latter, For the earthquake still continued, while many frenzied persons ran up and down, heightening their own and their friends' calamities by terrible predictions. However, my mother and I, notwithstanding the danger we had passed, and that which still threatened us, had no thoughts of leaving the place, till we could receive some news of my uncle. And now you will read this narrative, without any view of inserting it in your history, of which it is not in the least worthy; and indeed you must put it down to your own request, if it should appear not worth even the trouble of a letter. Farewell. End of Section 10.